Hello, guys. Thank you very much for being here for another space. Today, we are going to talk about something fundamental. We are at the end of the second part of this war. Second part on the timeline, because it's more or less, I'd say, it's the exact time frame from the first year or first period of this war. And we are going to do something that a lot of you are not going to be very happy with and are probably going to contest a lot of what I'm going to say. We are going to do a analysis based on what the enemy, the Ukrainians, think are the losses for both sides. This analysis is going to be based on three vectors: all Ukrainian side, war spotting, lost in UA, and Oryx. I'm going to use the Oryx numbers because they are both the less refined, so they are the largest. Basically, those are the numbers, except for the Ministry of Defense of the state of 404. Those are the largest numbers that we have, and they also are the numbers that, in my opinion, and in the opinions of a couple of others, are the least accurate and also the more one-sided. I'm going to explain this later, but right now we are going to keep them at face value, and we are going to analyze what happened in 2023 based on these losses. And you are going to see that the year 2023 Russian military, in the sense that it has solved a lot of issues. There are still a lot more. I'm going to speak about that a bit later. But those issues were solved with a array of situations. The biggest of them was the reduction of the front. Reduction of the front allows the Russians to have a better concentration per square kilometer, and it allows them also to square and to field less equipment than for a larger perimeter. It's logical. If you want to cover 10 meters, you need to have 10 guys. If you want to cover 1 meter, one guy can do the job, but then you can put a second guy to be sure. This means that your force ratios are a lot better for the smaller amount, and it means that you are going to have a lot less issues in terms of penetration on the other side. The second solution that was found, those are preliminary notes, by the way. I'm going to develop them a bit later. But right now, the second solution that was found was, of course, obstacles. Man-made obstacles, fortifications, communication lines between these fortifications, and also the retreat from the Kherson area. So it was painful for a lot of you guys, but as I explained multiple times, either you go until the end and you get Nikolaev and then you can do something with it, either you just pull back because it's going to be a grind and you don't have the supply lines behind you. Now, the Kherson situation, I'm going to also talk a little bit later because a lot of people are freaking out. And this was once again, I spoke about this, was led by the usual suspects, a lot of war correspondents that literally spread bullshit. I'm aiming at Romanov. Honestly, that guy, I don't care if he's a true Zeke or whatever, he needs to get shot on the spot because he has done more damage to the Dnieper group than anyone else. The situation is not rosy. We're not speaking about great successes, but he literally, with one fucking Telegram message, changed the logic and the narrative of the Ukrainian general staff, which is basically now they're using PTS2 waterborne vehicles to deliver more supplies to certain positions because they can do it. I'm going to explain. I've already made a thread about it to explain how. But then Romanov said that they are delivering BTR4s by PTS2s. I already debunked this. A lot of people have debunked this, and I'm very surprised and very honestly bewildered that people with more knowledge than me especially guys at Military Observant, people at LA haven't come forward to explain that, guys, it's not possible to carry a 20-ton IFV like the BTR-4 on a 10-ton max support vehicle. I have a huge problem with that because suddenly a lot of people who are supposed to be in line with what's going on at the front are literally sowing discord. They are the first to say that Advivka is not necessary, there are unnecessary losses and this and that, and they're the first to start magnifying shit that unfortunately, happening or not, is not changing anything. You reporting bullshit about a BTR-4, that's always impossible. Crossing over is just playing that game, and we have this meme, you probably saw it, that SIPSO, the Ukrainian psychological warfare department, tries something, it's an absolute mess, but our own side spreads so much rumors and panics that we don't even need them to. I mean, SIPSO just needs to fucking pay our own side, our own correspondents, because that's how it is right now. Anyway, so the second aspect, as I said, is were the barriers. The Dnieper was the barrier, man-made barriers like fortifications, lines, and so on. And then the third is the better way of fighting. This was both by ceding the initiative in the summer. Defense in this war, we have all seen, it's a lot easier than offense. But the most important part, apparently, is also fielding new ways of waging warfare, FPV drones, Landsets, UMPKs, but also a way better coordination between the lines. I had a dispute with a certain person, you may follow it, I'm not going to make publicity to him, who was saying that UMPKs were actually less efficient. The problem with the UMPKs is not that they're less or more efficient. The problem with UMPKs is that I already explained, they are not on-time weapons. That rather would be Tornado, but that's, again, another situation. Tornado, Iskander, whatever you want. That's another situation. Our biggest problem right now is to analyze if there is any truth to the attrition war when it comes to the Ukrainian claims that, for instance, they chose an attrition war against Russia and that war paid dividends. I'm going to give you verifiable information pulled by their own sources. I'm going to corroborate it and also deepen it by explaining that, in fact, the Ukrainians, for the smaller front line, actually have lost more than the Russians, and what they've lost are less easily replaceable items, and also show that they have lost also more infantry. And that's why in August, they literally stopped doing whatever they were doing with the vehicles in Zaporozhye and went by foot. Because they were still going to lose the infantry anyway, but the assets were going to be more difficult to replace down the line. Their logic was, okay, we're stopping the vehicular carnage. We're trying to go with infantry as far as we can go, deepen the wedge. I explained the situation. Basically, it was they tried to play what Wagner played during the push to Soledar and then to Bakhmut itself, that small groups of people were going forward, identifying positions. If they could assault them, they would go for the assault. If they could not assault them, just give cords generally to the artillery. Artillery would range shit on them. If it was a tank, it would be a Lancet or a Krasnopol. If it was a heavier position, it would get bombarded non-stop by various level of assets, sometimes even UMPKs, and so on, and so on, and so on. This didn't work, mostly because, as I explained, to do that, you need to expand exponentially both sides of your salient. It never happened. The further they got was halfway to Verbove. And on the other side, to Kopani, they only started the push around the end of the counter, which meant that right now they're completely in the open, and you saw that by the couple of Leopard and T-tanks lost on that direction. Now, let's get to the meat of the argument. The meat of the argument is that the losses, when you compare them, you need to compare them not only on pure numbers, because, of course, pure numbers are only going to show you the tendency and basically who had the initiative for the last 11 months, and that was mostly the Russians. But also, they will also show who has the more. If you have more, you're going to lose more. It's very simple. It's not a comparison towards Iraq and the US back in the war, because when the war itself and the occupation was done, the US military had lost more assets than the Iraqi one. It's not a joke, by the way, you can check it, because the Iraqi started the Operation OEF with less than 400 tanks, and we know that the Americans had to shelf over 508 tanks all over the occupation to put them on. This comparison, for instance, is dishonest, and I did it purposely to just show you that, in fact, you should compare exactly what you need to compare. In this sense, we have a stalemate. We have the Russians that have tried to push onto Ukrainian positions for longer, so at least 6.5, even 7 months, with the recent Kharkov and Avdiivka. And basically, they would have to take more losses. As I said, I expected, compared to what Oryx had found last year, so last year from March to 1st of January 2023, they had lost about 8,640 vehicles. Most of them being tanks, IVs, AVs, APCs, and so on. You are going probably, and trucks, of course, trucks and ancillary vehicles. You are going to scream at me by saying, how the fuck do you dare believe in Oryx? Once again, this is to show a trend. If you take what your opponent says, he has no logic to lie about his own trend. He's not going to say you are winning. But if his trend is showing that what he's saying doesn't work with the reality you are looking at, this is not cope, this is not spinning, this is just analytical. And that's how this analysis is going to show you why, for the love of God, Ukraine, with everything they had this year, and I'm going to tell you, they had a lot more than last year. They had more IMARSs, more artillery, more planes, actually, because they got MiGs, they had started to refurbish Su-24s and so on. Actually, this year for Ukraine was also a build-up year. When they say that they didn't get the weapon they wanted, if we analyze Oryx, and this is why we're here, it doesn't make sense. Fourth generation, if we base ourselves on Oryx numbers, should be about until 1st of January, they had captured over 450 tanks from the Russians, according to Oryx still. Guys, keep this in mind. So they received more or less about 550 to 580 tanks on top of it, plus whatever was left in their own stocks. So if you get this together, they should have had about 1,000 to 1,400 tanks in total. I personally think that Ukrainians never had more than 800 tanks at any given time. And that's where fourth generation comes by. I'm going to explain you what I mean by that, but right now let's keep going with the numbers. So Oryx gives certain numbers for the Russians, and we have more or less to deduct the following. From year to year, the performance of the Russians, when it came to losses, literally was extraordinary, because they lost less than 50% of what they had lost the first time period that we analyzed. You can say another thing, like, why are you starting from the 1st of January? I'm starting from the 1st of January for one main reason, because as you remember, last year, around December, was the last push up north of the Ukrainian forces. They petered out around the line that we know now up north. And suddenly the Americans were talking about, oh, we have a counterattack from the Russians, a winter offensive. I am once again using the talking points of the enemy here to analyze what we need. Once again, it's not spinning. It's literally taking the rug off their feet and explaining why exactly we are dealing with that logic this way, instead of dealing in the way they want us to talk about. What most of the time Ukrainians are going to say, I'm going to show you raw numbers, 4,000 vehicles lost, I don't know, 300,000 Russians killed, and so on and so on and so on. This, of course, has to be based somewhere. That's why we're doing this. And what we're seeing right now should tell us that, in fact, the Russians could not have lost, once again, in total casualties, more than 100,000 people for the second period of the war. And I'm saying this in a very serious way, and you need to understand why I'm saying this. Because this means that for every vehicle or asset lost, you need to know that about 150, 160 of these assets are flying UAV. There are crews of UAVs. We saw that at least 4 crews were killed or wounded by HIMARS strikes on the rear. But see, for 130 losses, you have 160, 150 losses. You have 8 to 12 people, 20 people dead. So that correlation with equipment and soldiers lost, it's not kept. So if you analyze it, I just did that for every single vehicle lost, you have lost 25 persons. Why 25? Mostly because I look at the vehicles lost in general. If you lose the truck, this truck, is it a logistical one? Is it a transport truck? Whatever. But by giving the 25, you establish a certain level, which is understandable because the truck gonna drop first group, go back, and so on. It's arbitrary. It doesn't maybe check with what you thought, but I'm looking at this as a maximum, as how things are supposed to be. Of course, you have other issues, like the latest strike on Zaporozhye against the 128, where we know that there were at least 83 losses, 28 of them killed, 53 of them wounded. And we saw that in the background, you had a couple of civilian vehicles that were hit as well. And if you make the analysis, you had like 5 to 6 microbuses destroyed. If each microbus has 10 killed, you are 20 men short. Once again, this is just to show you guys a certain level that cannot be exceeded, because unless your guys are literally walking from Moscow to the front line, you need vehicles to drop them over. So if all these vehicles lost at any given time transported 25 people, the maximum of the lost personnel, if everyone on those vehicles is killed, wounded, or taken prisoner, or missing in action, is going to be 100,000 people. That's the logic here. But this doesn't always work. For Ukrainians, for instance, as I said, Oryx has a small caveat, which I already explained. Oryx, the Russians do this as well, but a lot less. Oryx, for instance, does not count civilian vehicles, who are the backbone of the logistics for frontline management for the Ukrainians. Pickups are not there, vans are not there, civilian trucks are not there, quads, buggies, small sedans, whatever you want, it's not there. We can see them destroyed on videos, we can see crosses painted on them, but they're not there. Even lost in UI doesn't really take them in account, but if you analyze it properly, and I'm going to analyze it a bit later based on another list made by a pro-Ukrainian, but absolutely a person of confidence. And honestly, if we weren't opposed by this, I would salute his stubbornness on doing this list and his thoroughness on doing this list. But basically, why it doesn't work with the Ukrainians is that part of their logistics, part of their transportation is completely shadow logistics. The Russians do this as well, by the way, and they started to do it more and more based on the fact that a pickup, a small van, is less conspicuous and also can go ways than a larger truck, given the weight and so on, cannot go. Now, the balance between the Russian side and the Ukrainian side is completely mind-blowing, and I'm going to revert to this list. The number of vehicles, as I said, that were given, that are civilian vehicles, is over 4,380, Those are only private donations. I'm not going to speak about what was given from government to government. But if you do this analysis, you can see that of those 4,000 and something given by the volunteers, about half was lost. And this, I have it on good source. We're speaking about 1,800 destroyed and about 580 taken out of action and either in repair or scrapped. And this is why you have a lot of requests on Ukrainian TG about pickups, vans, whatever you have. So if we take out this amount of about 2,300 and we put 5 to 10 people inside, suddenly we have the shadow losses that are there. Then on both sides you have fuck up stories, people just drop there, guys forced to walk and so on and so on and so on. But in general, the size of the losses is far lesser than both sides claim. The Russians go for 400,000, whatever, or 200,000 if you listen to the Ministry of Defense. Ukrainians claim 300,000 Russians killed. I mean, this is just fanfic, guys. The logistical strain on both sides is not big enough. So, what's the point? I mean, like, you made all this interlude, what's going on? What's going on is the following. On the Russian side, whatever loss has been claimed by the US, Ukrainians, or even orgs, it doesn't compute with what the real losses are, what the capable losses are. You, as I said, you cannot transport 1 million people with a force that can only transport 100,000 at maximum based on a completely arbitrary and borderline impossible level. This is also why suddenly, for a lot of you people, you are there and you're like, oh my God, we need mobilization and so on. This is also why suddenly mobilization is not that much of a factor for the Russians, because right now the level of the war that we're seeing is still manageable by basic enlistment and basic volunteering and basic enrolling of prisoners and other such strata of the population. Then let's go back to the normal sources, the analysis. So last year, as I said, total of 4,200 and something lost. And then when you see the breakdown of the losses, the excess losses, there is only one point where the Russians should have done a lot better. And that point, in my opinion, was the tanks. Out of the 4,200 something, you are still 840 tanks. Damaged, destroyed, captured, abandoned, whatever. Out of these, honestly, a lot of tanks could have been saved. Honestly, we're speaking about at least 120, 130. A lot of these tanks could have been saved by simply locking the hatches on top of it. I counted on tape 89 tanks just blown up by a small grenade dropped by a drone because they were abandoned with hatches open. It's over 10% of what was lost. I know that for you guys, like, okay, whatever, those are not true numbers. You can believe me or not, but that for me it's a very important part. We already expressed this by if you cannot save them, blow them. But a lot of tanks were still in a gray area that in most cases, Russians either recovered, either were able to pull back. That's, in my opinion, 89 tanks that could have perfectly been saved. This wasn't the case. Too bad. Second thing that honestly was a little bit of an outlier were the IVs. Megaton of BMPs were destroyed in the second period. A lot less than the first period, but the loss went from 1,870 to 2,980. So you can see that's 1,100 IV lost. Any cause, damaged, captured, destroyed, abandoned, once again. But when you do the analysis, most of the IVs were BMPs. BMPs are going to be 10-man crews. When you are rolling over them, you're going to have maybe 12, maybe 15 guys. So maximum 15,000 people were on those BMPs. If you have the current attrition rate of about 30%, that means that you have 30% of casualties. You are looking at 3,000 GIA, VIA, 4,000 if you want. I would even 5,000 I'll give you. So once again, the losses based on the equipment are nowhere near what's being said from the Ukrainians. This is a very important part on the Advivka front because a lot of fucking bullshit numbers were flown around: 2,000 dead, 3,000 dead, 4,000 dead. No, actually, that's the funny thing. Even with whatever they claim the vehicle losses are, when you do the analysis, that's maximum 1,500 people that were on those vehicles. So even if you kill them all, you still don't go to 2,000 people. And then we have a very problematic issue because a lot of the cope about the failure of the Zaporozhye counteroffensive, the counteroffensive at all actually, was that there was an attrition about Russian artillery. Well, that's true, but that's also not very true. And I'm going to explain that in the second step when I'm going to compare it with the Ukrainian side. But the Russian artillery losses were less than the first year, far less reduction than what we were expecting, most of it because there was indeed a thorough attempt to reduce the Russian artillery. About 108 were lost in and around Zapo in about 4 months, and about 480 were lost for the whole period. Now, where those 480 were lost, I mostly gonna give you that on 10. They were lost by fucking Wagner trying to overpower the Solidar area. There are both Wagner and the Northern Front. Both those sides were extremely voracious in artillery, in tubes, in self-propelled artillery. And of course, unfortunately, then Zapo happened, and then you get about, as I said, about 108, 110 assets lost in 4 months. So everybody out there that's fucking loading Wagner, it's true, they had results. But the cost they fucking everybody paid for those results, I'm not even speaking about 23rd and 24th of June. I'm speaking about losses we can see are huge. Because in fucking 5 months, Wagner and friends lost over 200 artillery assets. Zapo lost 100. And once again, those 100 and something were lost by a systematic use of HIMARS strikes. I'm going to repeat it: systematic use of HIMARS strikes. Ukrainians used so many HIMARS strikes just to fucking silence the Zapo artillery, and they still didn't manage to do it. While, once again, only taking out half of the artillery that Wagner lost. Of course, we can discuss and say Wagner was on the offense. The guys in Zapo were in defense perfectly, but defense is also a lot more static than offense. So there too, things can be equated, but please don't start the Wagner discussion if you don't see the numbers. Now the second part, that's the most important, the comparison. Let's wrap it up. If you do the losses, the three main factors of losses. So if you do them together, you have 3,000 losses, and whatever remains, the 1,200 losses are multiple other things. But the most important parts are trucks, over 800, IVs like BMPs and shit, 1,100, and then you have tanks, 840, and then 20, depending on however you count. If you make the count, you are 2,700, 2,800 vehicles lost. Then, as I said, you have the UAVs, and the UAVs, the extent is like about 170 UAVs. So suddenly, all these parts here give you 3,000 losses. It's very important that you keep this in mind to see how actually streamlined the Russian army is. For everybody, when I was speaking about logistics, the Russians, thanks to the Soviet arsenal, are still streamlined, are still using stocks that they can produce, they can procure, they can get on time. It's not always easy. When you compare this with the losses of the Ukrainian side, they're coming, and I'm going to make a much more thorough analysis. You understand the problem why Ukrainians are crying. So let's go now to the Ukrainian losses. Ukrainian losses, according to Oryx, were between 1,049 year per year, and according to me and other people, around 2,200. Let's say, as I said, let's cut it in half and be fair, 1 per 2 losses, and you are at 4,200 for the Russians and 2,100 for the Ukrainians. As I say, it's not going to change much in the logic. But there we go with the Ukrainian side. The Ukrainian side, year to year, lost 259 tanks against the 439 tanks it has lost the first year. This, compared to the Russians, is slightly worse. It's over 50%, and it's understandable by the fact that they started a very ill-conceived offensive. And a lot of these tanks, about 90, were lost in Zaporizhzhia alone. I'm going to explain also something very simple and saying why Ukrainians have a very good defensive strategy, but they have no more options to employ it. And in a sense, Avdiivka is a God-sent surprise for them, because it finally allows them to start and attract back Russia, where they were literally sitting ducks for a while. Now, what changed? Why the Ukrainians are in general performing less well from year to year? In absolute numbers, they're still way better. I mean, like, there's a difference of 580 tanks. They're like, what the fuck are you saying? 520 tanks? How is bad? It's bad because for the Ukrainians, when you look their own losses, in the span of 4.5 months, when the counteroffensive started, they have lost over 300 tanks. In proportion. So basically, in Zapo, they lost 88 to 90 tanks. In Bahmut, probably about 40, 45. But the losses for the same period are only, once again, 259 tanks. So in two fronts, in one operation, in 4.5 months, they lost more than half of what they were supposed to lose the whole year. Once again, this is how you see the performance, and this is also how you see how the Ukrainian army is armed, how it's operating. A smaller front for the Ukrainian army should have allowed them to better concentrate their forces. Therefore, whatever they had as real tank availability would have allowed them to better punch these lines. Because on the other side, finally, the Russians lost a fuck ton of vehicles until June 2023. So if you think as an idiot Nafoid, and as guys like Ben Hodges, you say, oh, the Russians lost 2,300 tanks. It's very simple. Let's just fucking run them down. They have less tanks, but that's the fucking problem of the fourth generation. The Russians, by lessening the losses, dropping them at 50%, allowed, first of all, as I said, shorter front. You have more tanks for the shorter front, but also your replacement is not as problematic, because if you already load your front, that is not 10 meters, but it's 2 meters with 4 guys or 6 guys, you can lose those 3 guys, and still your front is going to be manageable by replacing only 1 guy out of the 3. Before, on your 10, when you lost 4 guys on the 10, you needed to replace the motherfucking 4 guys, because then you had a way looser opening. and that's how you had breaches. This is the advantage of a shorter front, and this is why the Ukrainian performance was so bad, and that's why you have this dooming right now that we're not going anywhere. In reality, the Ukrainians on the fourth generation lost a lot less, and they can stand this type of war a bit more when it comes to tanks. But then we go to the other part. The other part is that Ukraine lost a fucking absolutely abnormal number of infantry vehicles. Especially as I told you already, guys. Oh fuck, my audio is cut. I don't know exactly. Anyway, I was saying like this French company is going to deliver 12,400 weapons, while it itself says we need to try to triple our manpower pool, and we need to make investment to be able to foresee to this fucking tender. This means, once again, that Ukraine is going to lengths. Okay, it can also be a scam. It's Ukraine after all. But my logic here is that Ukraine is going into lengths to avoid a lot of... guys, just a problem. Just a moment, I got a phone. Okay, so basically, the the following is to be noticed. Ukraine has a very nice uh, arm manufacturing sector. It's niche. You got Ford, you got Ucor, you got all these companies who are literally dying to deliver those 10,000 weapons, or 12,000 in this case. Yet they go and pick a complete liability in the French market for the equipment, or at least according to the standards right now, 4 to 5 Ukrainian brigades will deliver in 2025. Because, okay, we can talk about a lot of things, but given how it is going, and the contract itself, the real deliveries are only going to start in 6 months from the first test batch, so 8 months minimum, and then within 10 months they need to deliver the rest of it. This is just to show you the problem here. You have all these weaponry, technically, theoretically, available in the US. There is a problem about the ammunition. With a couple of guys, Snake can attest to that. We've discussed that given that the Americans produce only 10 billion rounds of all calibers, and half of it is civilian level, and that the United States arsenals produce only 1.6 to 2 billion rounds of all calibers when it comes to its needs, it's simply not possible for the US to deliver, once again, to deliver excess ammunition to Ukraine to sustain over multiple months a force of 30 to 40,000 people. The production is not there. It's as simple as that. The problem with Ukraine and this war is that we are back to a vision of war that unfortunately the West imposed on itself. I always spoke about this, that things going to be fast, very violent, very active for 3 to 8 weeks, and then you have a decisive victory and no bullshitting. Ukraine was quite the contrary. Both sides are absolute masters of suffering. Ukrainians are going to go to lengths to get executed. The Russians are going to get shit on the face, and they're still going to charge. So this war didn't stop, I think, where the Ukrainians believed the Americans it would stop. Now, let's go back to the basics. So, Ukrainians are losing a lot of maps, they're losing a lot of AAVs, they're losing a lot of potential that had set up to partake into an offensive phase. And this over the course mostly of 5 months. So the losses of vehicles, even if you want to analyze them properly, if you take the list from our friend Nalcio, I started to stop believing him because he made a couple of small mistakes between 60 and 80 vehicles for the Ukrainian side, but I'm not going to discuss, and I also don't take into account the helicopter strikes. But even if you take his list at face value, over 500 vehicles have been lost in Zapo. That's 500 vehicles out of a list of roughly 2,000. So Zapo, in 4 months, has cost the Ukrainians a quarter of the losses for the whole fucking front. And this only once again, military vehicles. We're not speaking about pickups. We're not speaking about other stuff that we don't see. There are strikes in the rear. I told you, Hannah Maliar back then complained about the lack of InfoSec and OPSEC because that had caused strikes against storage sites of the 82nd and of the 47th. So all these we're not even taking into discussion, doesn't matter. What matters though, I'm going to repeat it, what matters is that suddenly when you analyze the losses only on Zapo, even what is chosen by Oryx, you see that the counteroffensive, when it comes to the real capabilities of the Ukrainian army, only in Zapo, was a huge fucking stab. We're not going to discuss about Bahmut. We're not going to discuss about up north. And we're not going to discuss about the losses around Kherson. In Kherson and Nikolaev, they lost a lot of S-300. I'm going to pick up something because that's the funny part. Ukrainians love talking about Russian losses when it comes to AD. But Russian losses, some side, when it comes to AD, are very funny. Because Ukrainians lost 55 SAMs. They lost 55 SAMs over the year. And once again, most of them were lost around the Kherson area. So the whole part there was completely cleared up. And last year there were 74, but don't forget that a huge part of the SAM losses, known SAM losses, were around Kharkov. And they were due to the first wave of attacks. So there is a huge outlier there as well. And the second part is radars. The Ukrainians lost 38 radars into the duration of this year. Russians lost pretty much the same. It's not logical. We shouldn't speak like this. We shouldn't say, oh my God, what the fuck are you saying? Why? No, Russians have more, and the Ukrainians have more both intelligence means to attack the Russians and assets now. Drones, UAVs, scalps, DRGs, whatever you want. And still the losses are the same. And this is the funny part. Those have led to serious losses on both sides, by the way. The attacks on Crimea were facilitated by the loss of the Podlet radar and the Olenivka Salient S-300. But on the other side, Ukrainians lost the last working floor of the Kharkov tank prom. And by the way, we still don't have the full list of the people who died there. Mostly civilians, by the way. It's already around 34 people. 34 people is about 2 brigades worth of work. So 2 brigades worth of work, that's about 6 tanks refurbished per month in the current situation for Ukraine. Were there 6 tanks in there? I'm going to say no. Whatever was in there was probably no tanks, but the guys are not coming back. So you need 34 new guys to train, to grind old steel, all this shit. What I mean by this is that proportionally, given the shorter front, given the more assets, the Ukrainian side underperformed. So did the Russian side as well. The explanation for both sides, once again, is that both sides developed different approaches to long-range strikes. Russians went with something cheap, something a bit more complex to master, let's be honest with it, because the Lancets have inherent qualities, but also inherent flaws. The charges could be bigger, but not that much of a problem. Most of the problem is the range, connectivity, and also the way to detect targets. Those refinements have been taking place. We've seen the Lancet has for real a auto targeting system. On the other side, the Ukrainians, very simple, used the overmight of the ISR provided to them by the US, which, by the way, I'm going to explain to a lot of people, is probably about 20% of the cost of this war for Ukraine, because they have a whole array of systems that are flying around the clock for it. Anyway, so Ukrainians are using HIMARS plus ISR plus other assets to do very well-timed, very PR strikes. Russians are doing a grind job, sending a lot of shit over. Some of it sticks, some of it doesn't stick. But the end result is that both sides, when it comes to that, create a lot of damage to each other. Most of the damage actually is done by Russia to Ukraine, but we cannot see that damage, not because it's not visible, but because it simply does not affect the war the way we would like it. We would like to see, I don't know, a whole column of Ukrainian tanks destroyed. We would like to see a whole airfield completely devastated. That thing is very complicated to do today. However, we see the Lancets hitting 3 different planes. We see the aftermath shot of probably a strike either in the beginning of the war, either more recently, with 3 MiGs also destroyed on the tarmac. We hear about pilots buried in Vinica. All these parts, this is the important side. When you do the aggregate damage on both sides, and when you see how the map is moving, you understand that the losses are being traded. And this is not what Ukraine was hoping after a very quote-unquote good year for them, 2022. Now, where are we going with this? First of all, the trend is the following. Ukrainians are not getting the investment worth of the current supplies from the West. It could change with the F-16s. I don't see it, because right now a lot of people are saying, yeah, but the Black Sea Fleet is suffering. Yes and no, because at the end, if you think it properly, you took out one caliber launching sub. It's gonna probably take ages to repair, at least 12 to 18 months. Now with Ascold, another asset that would launch calibers. When you analyze it properly, it's 14 tubes, 16 tubes that were got now. It's going to be 3 more 295s that are going to fly a bit further, launch the calibers. Okay, it's also going to be more easy to see where they're coming because they're going to come from far away. It's true, but at the end, the calibers were always going to fight in a saturation salient. What is not easy to justify, and this is for both sides, is you spend 5 months trying to have breakthrough in Zaporozhye, which is your strategical aim, in order to force the Russians to capitulate on Crimea, and you are right now getting pushed back by people you kept telling had no more reserves, no more tanks, no more guns. And on the other side, we see something else, and I was going to speak about this. On fourth generation, Russia has made a huge step forward if it's true that North Korea is giving it weaponry. Because as we know, the North Koreans might have talked with the Chinese over this. And that means that right now, China, given the general situation globally, is saying, you know what, fuck this. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how much Ukraine can stand once they're going to get railed down with whatever the Russians have. Now we're going back to fourth generation. The great positive point for Ukraine is that whatever losses were right now, they can sustain them, as I said. Because tank-wise, they lost, what, 250 to 60? At the end, on the T-series, they should still have at least 300 of those. There are still some back pockets that can maybe get back some of the T-84s they sold to T-80UDs they sold to Pakistan. Falcon, if you hear me, yeah, bro, your own Ministry of Defense literally avowed that they were helping Ukraine directly. Not for that. You can always get whatever shit is in Polish storage, refit it. It's gonna still be about 100. Morocco can always be, persuaded to leave about 60 to 80 tanks. So on the T equation, with the current losses, the current front, if the Russians don't do anything to actually accelerate that loss, it's not gonna matter. And on the Western tank losses, it's also very low. I mean, it's very important for the number of tanks that were there, because about 130 Western tanks were given, and only 25, more or less, have been lost. Yes, it's a huge chunk when you compare it to what has been given, but at the end of the day, it's still only less than a fourth. It's about a fifth of what was given. So it doesn't really matter in this type of war. However, what matters is that we are not seeing, at least on that front, a transformation from a NATO force, and it's logical. The Leopard ones, when they're going to come, they're not going to be the tanks for the future of the army of Ukraine, if there is a future for the army of Ukraine. Those are old tanks. They are very badly protected. Today, I thought that we saw one burning, but it was a bigger brother. Once again, the biggest problem for Ukraine and fourth generation is infantry vehicles. They should get a lot more if they want to sustain their offensive actions. Mobilization. I actually directly confronted Tatarigami because he said, like, yeah, we made so many mistakes, but we need to take swift decisions. And I'm like, what decisions are you going to make? Either someone is going to come and fight your war for you, either you need to completely professionalize your course, you completely change how your military fights, and also have a huge procurement, which means that you need to find between 60 and 80 billion dollars in expenses, maybe the funding that Joe Biden is hinting at. They spoke about 61 billion, but as I told you, if you want to buy for 61 billion in 2023 up to 2027, the cost of acquisition is going to be at least 25% superior to what you were going to pay up to now. So for 61 billion in 2023 spent, you're going to have about 45 billion, which is still a lot. But let's say, which tanks are you going to buy? The cheapest tank in the market right now is still the Abrams M1A1 M1A1 FEP, and that shit is still at $11 million. So by 100, you are at already 1.1 billion minus transport and minus what am I saying? 100 and yes, you are at 1.1 billion, and you have to add the ammunition, transportation, ancillary vehicles. You are around at 1.5 billion dollars just for 100 tanks. You lost 700 in 20 months, and given how the Leopards performed and the Challenger performed, with those 100 tanks, if you have to have actual proper offensive mechanized actions, you're going to lose them in 4 months as well. Because you're not facing the Taliban or Hamas, you're facing Russia. And then you have the rest of it. You're going to spend money to, those 40 to 120 fighter jets that are supposed to be given to you. Perfect. But the cost for them, even amortized, is still going to be over 2 billion. So once again, once you start the procurement and then you have to also pay your people. And I said, if Ukraine spends less than $1,000 per day per soldier, it's a fucking miracle. And they do that, they do a lot more for it, because most of the shit they give to their soldiers right now to eat is produced abroad, is sourced abroad. The ammunition they get is bought abroad. Of course, they don't pay for most of it, which is all fine and good. But then you need to sustain. That's the biggest problem I was saying to Tatagan. You need to sustain that thing on your own. And it's going to be very good to have an army for 2 to 5 years to fight Russia. But Russia's not going to disappear. And I'm really sorry for a lot of guys. Even if you think that you're going to beat Russia in this round, which I'm going to be real with you, Chief, ain't going to happen. But then you need to make sure that Russia doesn't come back. And it's not, once again, it's not America and Afghanistan, where there are two fucking oceans to cross. One on sea and the other on land. No. They're fucking next door. They speak the same language as you. And given the way Ukrainian politics are going, I think a part of your population is going to fucking hate you. And the other part is going to fucking spark a civil war. And Russia will not need to do anything else. Just fucking sit and enjoy. But once again, the discussion is somewhere else. The discussion is, what option does Ukraine have with the equipment it has, with the ammunition it is being given, and also with the logistics it has. Right now, its solutions are pretty simple. Its solutions are try and grind as much as it can, talk to the US talks to Russia, Putin is being stupid enough to accept a temporary ceasefire around another Minsk-style, Astana-style bullshit. Ukraine can breathe and re-equip itself by pretending that this and that. Russia notices it as usual too late. We have a second war. It is a lot more blood. It goes way further than the first one. Ukraine gets another bloody nose, Russia another bloody nose, and then we start a war which would necessitate a foreign intervention. And this is my point. Right now, Russia is in a good space, good place when it comes to the strategic outlook. And the point would be for the Russians, if you don't want to go further in this war, although they already announced it's going to be 25, no problem, you will need to, first of all, make America accept a couple of tenets that the Americans will never accept, because it would be the most humiliating thing in their lives. Basically, acquiesce military conquest of one of their allies. They haven't done that after World War II, despite the fact that the Russians, the Soviets were their allies. They never recognized the Baltic conquest. It took them a fuck ton of time to also accept the annexed land from Finland. And for the Russians to force them into that would be, in my opinion, the best option. This, I think, is what the Russians should aim for right now. But once again, it would require a lot more Ukrainians and Russians to die. Now let's go back to the comparison. Most of it is very negative for Ukraine. The most negative part is actually the UAVs. Ukrainians lost as many UAVs, tactical UAVs, as the Russians in the second year of the war. 150, according to Oryx, of course. What Oryx does not include, but that's something that we know already with him, is the Baba Yagas. What are the Baba Yagas? You know, those are aggro drones that Ukrainians use to actually go by night and bombard Russian positions. Something that, for some reason, the Russians have very little, and have employed very little. However, there are some new things, and I already commented on that on the Shai Muratov thread. But in this case, what's going on is the following. For everybody who says, what the fuck is going on? Why are those Ukrainians drones on the rear of the Russians inflicting HIMARS damage and so on? Because unfortunately, while Russia is not sitting in its ass, that's the best way for the Ukraine to have a rather balancing effect. Those drones are cheap. They are cheap for both sides, which means that both sides can afford to give each side a means to go back, designate targets, and Ukraine has, up until now, a unanswered weapon, which is, quote unquote, the GAMARS. The only way so far, and I actually pointed out, apparently it's a major and large area jam, which forces them to use all kinds of shitty hits, mostly on soft targets, which allows even a near miss to be somewhat efficient. I already pointed out on the Krasua system, both hits were completely out of mind, and the system was intact, given that it completely blunted both the drone and the second shot. I've pointed at least 12 cases when the hits are completely off mark. So right now, the only thing for the Russians that seem to work is to completely pull the HIMARS out of its target, not stop it mid-air. Sometimes it works. We showed that during the offensive in Avivka, the Ukrainians had used at least 4 to 6 HIMARS rockets, 3 of which were intercepted. So interceptions still are viable. They're just not foolproof. And the same thing is for jamming. It's not foolproof. It's gonna deviate the target. If it's in a urban center target, that can have extremely devastating consequences, because if you deviate of 10 meters, you're going to go from hitting a military or whatever target they're trying to putting it maybe in the kindergarten or whatever. Last time they hit a paramedic team, that it's also possible that the jamming affected the strike, although I think that it was done on purpose by the Ukrainian side. So once again, the biggest advantage, and you can see that on the artillery losses, Russians, as I said, are about at 480, and the Ukrainian side on the artillery losses is actually at more or less 200 and I'd say 250. Most of them are, unfortunately for us, artillery systems, very few MLRS, a couple of Burevi. Actually, there are 2 Burevis that were hit. Oryx lists only 1, but that's not much of a problem. So the losses when it comes to artillery and tanks are absolutely identical, except for MLRS, of course, because the Ukrainian MLRS right now is the HIMARS. That thing doesn't stay within 20 to 30 kilometers. Beyond lock, it's way further, and they keep it under good watch. We've seen footage that the Ukrainians themselves had posted with OSAs and books protecting them. Unfortunately, once again, that a solution for that should be a long-range loitering, auto-detecting, auto-tracking ammunition, not like the Lancet, but more like the Shahid. It is what it is for the moment. But for the rest, when you see proportionally, the losses are exactly similar, even a bit worse for the Ukrainian side, given the lack of losses in the first year, or at least detected losses in the first year and the second year. And the most important part of this, most of the losses are not by a slight margin, by not Soviet era losses. Those are 155 millimeter system losses. And there was a hunt for the M77 7 Lotto Bingo, and that hunt continues, despite Oryx saying that only 70 have been affected. Based on lost armor, the lost armor list were at least at 114 affected, damaged, or destroyed. So we can see what's going on. We can see that when it comes to the counter battery fire, the Russians have not been staying still. What the Russians have a huge problem with is the ISR aspect, persistent ISR, and also the fact that Ukrainians are simply reverted to very long arm strike packaging. So it makes it almost impossible for the Russians to react on time and also find them. The Russians themselves have made one mistake with one smash that was too close, and it took a whole load of a HIMARS to actually burn them. For the rest, as I said, when you analyze the list and when you check it properly, you can see that Russians are doing their job into forcing this Ukrainian drone proficiency down. It's not always working. It's logical. Both sides are literally going at it, and the Ukrainians on that have a huge brain power, and we have to admit it. And drones are easier to manufacture and easier to develop, in my opinion, than artillery rounds, artillery tubes, and so on and so on. Now, another thing that's very interesting, and that's something that hurt me, is that you can see that Ukrainian side has had also more or less the same trajectory as the Russian side when it comes to trucks. The Russians have, as I said, lost about 800 something trucks. Ukrainian side lost about 300 trucks. On the starting point, it looks a lot worse for the Ukrainian side because Russians were at 2,100 trucks at 1st of January. Ukrainians were only at 470. So the Ukrainians have lost in proportion almost 70% of what they lost the first year, which was, as I said, a longer front, a lot more Russians everywhere, a lot less cohesion and so on. In this time, the Ukrainians, when it comes to military trucks and equipment, ancillary equipment, have lost a lot more proportionate to the Russians. Yet, as I said, this is also has to do with the fact that the Ukrainians use civilian vehicles. But I would have expected, given that Ukraine now has a lot more backfield when it comes to Kherson area, to see a lot more trucks. And this is the problem that we have, is that how this might be also one of the solutions for the Ukrainian side, but with the risks. Why are not we seeing a lot more trucks involved? I already posted they were very proud to give to Ukrainian forces territorial battalion about 18 French stock trucks. Where are these actually God-sent vehicles for any military? Why is Ukraine still mostly at the front, the last mile, using Mosquito logistics, which it needs to be said, reduce your capability of going forward? It's not just a meme. You just need 5 to 10 pickups to do the job of one Gas 66. It's as easy as that. So where are the Unimogs? Why don't the US, why doesn't the US or NATO give Ukrainians these very necessary trucks? Well, it's very simple. First of all, as I said, major logistics still happen by doing war crimes. So basically, they're using civilian trucks from known civilian companies, Nova Poshta, Epicenter, and so on. But on the other side, my idea is that, and I've said that last year, it's just too efficient for the Ukrainian side to use purely civilians to do their heavy logistics and to do the last line logistics. You would need like 140 liters to fill up a pickup plus extra fuels. You need 370 to fill up a average MRAP. And never mind that the MRAP is better protected, it's still going to get hit by an artillery round, it's going to get stuck. And when you're going to try and pull it out with whatever other vehicle, you're going to get the second Krasnopol on it. So on that aspect, this is one thing that Ukraine, given whatever we're seeing, hasn't managed to solve. If it had solved it, I would have expected at least 1,000 trucks destroyed. And I would have also meant a lot more vehicles going up and down. And there is where I'm going to join Snack. I wasn't okay with him at the beginning. Then I changed my mind about the leaks, about how the West sees this war and so on. And I completely agree with him. It's clearly because the interest of this war, as it stands, in my opinion again, but it's corroborated by these points, is not for Ukraine to lose or win. For the West, if you want the better proof that this war needs to keep going, so killing Russians and Ukrainians, is the lack of logistical supplies to Ukraine. Easing Ukrainian logistics should have been the biggest cause. Instead of giving them 4, 5, 6,000 pickups, they could have scrapped together 2,000 to 3,000 trucks of any makes and just drop them. And a lot of the issues that we see right now in mass transportation would have been solved. But then there is this but. To fuel those trucks, I'm not speaking about the fuel and the hydraulics and whatever. No, I'm speaking about what's in the trucks. You need to produce. You need to give them what they want. And unfortunately, it's just the production in the West that just doesn't follow up, because the kind of wars that is being fought in Ukraine is not the one that the West wants, because it's a war that causes disruption in the markets, disruption in supply lines and supply chains, but also a lot of dead. Once again, if you want to compare the casualties in Vietnam that left a huge scar in the American psyche with what the Russians and the Ukrainians have lost in 20 months, while also pretending everything is motherfucking fine, Tsina Peremo and all this bullshit, you can see that mentally there is a huge gap between how these people and how also I think, to be honest, with how what the West quote unquote thinks. And this is the very, very big point here. The Russians and Julian the Jihadi said, like, yeah, this is what happened after 20 months. Russians are zombies, they charge. No, Russians are not zombies. But the problem is, apparently, for some reason, who knows, the Russians have finally got the fucking message that with everything that's happening, is their future at stake. So there is maybe a bigger acceptance for sacrifice, the same way that the Ukrainians have accepted that, or at least a part of the Ukrainian people. So in this case, I'm going to say exactly what I said a couple of times already. 2024 is going to be a lot worse for both sides, but the trend is getting worse for Ukraine. And everything that you're reading right now might be overreacting, might be a begging stratagem for Ukraine to get more money, weapons, and so on. But when we analyze everything, they maybe have killed off the people who maybe could have turned this around for Ukraine when it comes to the battlefield. I mean, what better example than the death of Zaluzhnyi's head? Like the guy is there fucking playing with donated grenades for his birthday. Like how, when you speak about corruption and absolute lawlessness, who the fuck gets grenades for his birthday except maybe Chapo or whatever fucking cartel? Or then fake grenades for, I don't know, the head honcho of Rheinmetall and all these idiots. It's like, I know a lot of people say, yeah, but it's funny. No, no, no. You have to be mentally ill to have grenades as a gift when your small child is next to you. That's it. And unfortunately, he's not going to be with us to tell what happened. But yeah, if you want a better description, illustration of how this war is affecting and deeply destroying the Ukrainian society, is this mishap when a class of people right now is the special services and the army and the security apparatus think they're above everything. They can decide for everyone else. Finally, one last word for Avdiivka, because we are slowly getting to the first month. We're not yet there, but still slowly going there. Progress, as I said, we can go back to the thread. I didn't expect anything else, but they have apparently decided to go still on a choking mode, trying to get inside the coal plant, the coke plant, and then trying to get down to Opitne and reach the 9th micro district. It's very sad. I don't understand what's going on for the south. I hope that they still try Tsarska Okhotka without this stupid shit about trying to push right there with a mechanized push. It's going to take men. That's it. It's going to take people dying from drops, getting shot at. It's going to take FPVs getting to dugouts and so on. It's unavoidable. I said it. So the more time they're going to lose by trying something else, the less options they're going to get at the end. But right now they're still on time. There's not much of a problem. Especially if the coke plant situation doesn't change for the Ukrainians, it's going to become very complicated very soon. And my only scare was that after the 47th, another brigade was going to join. No, there for some reason we don't see anything else coming there, and instead they are doing this absolute shit show of a move by trying again to restart Zaporozhye, getting still hit over there. And now the very interesting thing that they're getting kicked out of the proximity of Bakhmut, which shows, as I said once again, that this was the right tempo for the Russians without Avdiivka, small corrections around the front, pushing the Ukrainians back, causing them losses that were unnecessary. I said once again, if you wanted to benefit from the counter, this was the way to do it for the Russians. Exhaust them, counter them back, grabbing small meters, couple of 100 meters per day, and then suddenly you're going to find yourself back in Ivanivske. Because the Ukrainians would need more and more and more. You are, when you are at the end of your marathon, the only thing you don't want is to start to sprint. And that's why I think, once again, I know that a lot of people are going to say, yeah, but you didn't say that. Yes, I said it, actually. I was expecting Avdiivka to come a bit later. But it happened. Now the Russians have to live with it. And so far, as I said, it's not maybe the best outcome so far, but there's still a lot more there than there was for the last 18 months. And strategically, it's developing quite okay. Now there are losses once again, and those losses actually contributed to what I said. The last 20 days, the losses spiked, both in men and in material. So yeah, there we are. Now one last point, and that would be the options for the Russians in how to reduce even further the losses. I don't think the Russians are going to reduce losses. If anything, Avdiivka is something that you're going to have to endure for the first 3 months of the year, 2024. Not because the Russians are idiots, are dumps, but because the Russians are not lying to themselves when it comes to imaginary technological breakthrough that doesn't exist. Everybody's gonna say, yeah, but Scab just hit a Karakurt class corvette. Yes, bitch, because the Russians have one. If Ukrainians had the same, they're gonna also have an Onyx in its keel. That's the problem. The asymmetry in forces allows the Ukrainians to be so much PR savvy here. Nobody's gonna fucking discuss about the whole battalion of artillerists wiped out in one fucking ceremony. Nobody's gonna tell you that the 20 out of 24 pieces of the 124th, 28th, sorry, have no more servants for a couple of days or a couple of weeks because you need to get guys who can fire a gun now. That's a huge loss. But that's a fucking crime. That's terrorism. Oh my God, how dare the Russians do that? No, bro, it's just the same thing that you hitting a ship that's off in a fucking dry dock or a ship that's undergoing repairs. Yeah, of course, it's a absolutely huge shot. Well done, Ukraine. But you also take it in the chin. So these are the things I'm telling to everybody. Like, just you have to have a balance. You have to have a view on where it's going. And last but not least, the losses counted by Oryx when it comes to Russian artillery so far are less than 10% of the fucking capability of this motherfucking army. It's a huge deal. Maybe not the whole capability is usable. Maybe it's only 50% of the tubes and 50% of the MLRSs. True. It's still 4 times 20 months. Because as I showed you, the Ukrainians haven't been starting to decimate. Yes, true, for a shorter front, they are doing a lot better. They are killing 300% more, 280% more. But that's also what the Russians are doing to the Ukrainians. It's just how much you have and how much you can spend. It's just literally Walmart against the pop moms and pop store. If the balance doesn't change there, if the Russians suddenly don't start losing 10 times more than Ukrainians on a proportional basis, then yes, you can say that the Ukrainians found a solution. But that's just not the case. It's just not the case right now. And this is my biggest problem right now, is that I read Zaluzhny and I'm like, oh my God, this guy is an absolute retard. He's a moron. I cannot believe they are trying to pin on Syrskyi shit that Zaluzhny is doing. I don't think that Syrskyi signed off on the fucking Orbat when he saw all the fucking material he got between January and May and said, oh, this is fine, bro. With this, I'm going to fucking Melitopol and then I'm having my toes massaged in Crimea. I'm pretty sure there was no way anybody said that. I mean, if I said there was no way, I cannot believe these people who's their job. I mean, like, bro, there's no way. And they still sign on it, and they still are now coping and trying to fucking avoid the responsibility for what happened. And in a sense, I very much appreciate what Zelensky did. That, okay, it's not nice because that idiot is going to kill his people, but at least he rebuked Zelensky and said, Zaluzhny said, bro, Zalupitska, shut the fuck up. And in a sense, I think instead of saying you're an idiot, that rebuke about the stalemate and so on, it's just a way to say, okay, I talk politics, you talk military. And we got a theme that we had last year when the Americans propelled Zaluzhny, are in general all this bullshit. And at the end, you read Zaluzhny saying, yeah, bro, after 2 months and a half, getting our butts anally raped by flying Louis Vuittons, I thought, we are in the stupor, it's not going well. Let's change tactics. And how did they change tactics? By killing more of them. Sorry, this guy is unfit for command. But so are a lot of people on the Russian side. So on that part, they're one nation. Now, we have another situation, and that's what I wanted to tell you guys. So expect no difference in losses on the Russian side because they're going to be on the offense for the 3 first months if the things develop the way I think they're going to develop. And therefore, the Russians understand that there is no deadlock breaking shit. The only way to move forward will be to die. And if you can die more, that's how it's going to happen. I know you're like, oh my God, you're losing it. No. That's how it is. That's how it is. And when I said that the problem, unfortunately, right now, wasn't that there's a stalemate. The problem is that there's a price to pay to break the deadlock. That one of the two sides needs to accept paying. But the Ukrainians tried to do that in Zaporozhye. It failed, and they stopped trying to pay that price. If the Russians decided the price is worth paying, they're going to pay it. But then my biggest issue, as I told you already, is that advance might cause a butterfly effect of the Americans literally losing it and doing something that's going to doom us all. It's basically when you lose your chess game, instead of accepting, you just flip the board. But the problem is, in this case, flipping the board means that everybody starts flipping the board as well. And in this case, as I said, my biggest fear is that there's enough nuclear rounds there on the Russian side. And I think also there's going to be an exasperation by saying, like, see, you said you're going to accept whatever happened from the conventional war. We're fucking you up, and you're still going to break that promise. And it's normal. Americans are like that. Because the whole charade with Atakams was exactly that. I need to tell you, the sending of Atakams to Ukraine changed my perception of the Biden administration. And Gaza just made it worse. These people are ghouls. They're ghouls. They're not to be trusted. And that has nothing to do with Jews or no Jews. These people are mentally ill. Of course, it takes to be partly mentally ill to be such a leader. You need to be a bit of a psycho. But these people are pulling themselves into a situation where they either lose their face or they doom us all. Giving Atakams to Ukraine didn't change the game, quite the contrary. Actually, in that sense, it was a nice first hit, as I said, but a bit like a mini Pearl Harbor, which basically just put the Americans ready to kick the Japanese ass. And this case didn't change anything for the situation on the ground, especially around Avdiivka. But these people prove to me right now that they can go to the fucking last Ukrainian and they can actually burn us all because they think they're far away from this shit. This is... I've never seen this situation like that because I thought there was an ounce of logic in this administration. But they don't give a fuck. They are seeing the Israelis bombing the shit out of civilians in Gaza. Never mind what you think about the Hamas attack. And I don't care. I don't listen to it. Remember that Putin has been indicted on the ICC based on the fact that they evacuated people from Mariupol and surrounding areas because they were literally dropping bombs on that place. Israelis have no problem to do that, and now Biden's gonna give them 2,000 more bombs for the spice program. I mean, like, guys, whoever watches this administration and doesn't absolutely get terrified by how far they're gonna go to protect their fake status as the world's sole superpower should wake up. Mentally, these people are completely fucked up. And they're scared. Because the whole fucking Ukraine thing was stable, more or less. Okay, Ukraine wins or loses, doesn't matter. We're getting Russia down. But suddenly you got a bunch of flip-floppers slashing the chosen people. The whole situation gets in the fucking knuckle because once your trusted ally, Erdogan, of course it's a joke, but now you have everybody. Are you insane? But the Americans are, no, Gaza hospital is fine. Giving more bombs to the IDF is better because that will allow them to more precisely target Hamas while the IDF is dropping blocks. And the defense like, yeah, but they had fucking 3 weeks to evacuate. Like, bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? So this is my main concern right now. I always operated there was a fucking limit on the American side. And there isn't. And the problem is that there is no limit on the Russian side either, despite the fact that it's very, very progressive. The Russians are going to fucking kill Ukraine as an idea. At the beginning, it wasn't the point. I'm sure of it. But right now, it is the fucking point. They want to finish it. And it's not finishing Ukraine as a state or as an entity. It's finishing Ukraine to where it is now. They want a rump state out of it. They want a state that will not militarily threaten Russia, which is very, very difficult to do. And if you don't get east of Dnieper, at least. And that thing is getting so much traction within the Russian security circles that right now I'm fucking afraid. And Snake says it pretty well. You can see that now the official TV is diffusing, transmitting actual team war crime material. And this is your problem now. I said it, the further we're going to go, the worse it's going to get. At some point, Russia's going to get to the point where there's no way back. And the Americans are only going to speed up that situation. Once again, I said it, the lower Ukraine goes on its capabilities and the madder Russia becomes on its vengeance, the less chance we have of a peaceful solution of this, which means the bigger chances are for the America to chime in to stop Russia from bludgeoning whatever is remaining of Ukraine in the long term. So my whole point is, and I'm going to finish on this, the Americans need to fucking understand that they are going to kill a nation out of Europe. Which one is going to be, I don't know. But I'll let you guess which one. So right now, the options for Ukraine when it comes to the military side are very bleak. On the negotiation side, they're worse than they were in March 2022. Although I already said I don't believe that March 2022 was the real thing. I think it was just part of the strategic stalling that the Americans told the Ukrainians to do. And 2024 is going to be a shit show, a lot of death, a lot of destruction, probably a lot of reversals of what we thought were true in 2022 and 2023. And if you think that Ukraine is going to prevail with the current trend, I have 2 bridges to sell to you. Both of them are in stone, and both of them are in Albania. One in the center of Tirana. You can buy it. However, the result of this situation is going to be extremely unpleasant for all of us. And I think that at some point, the Americans are going to allow the Ukrainians to strike with their own weapons in Russian territory, probably onto airfields. Because that's the main problem for both F-16, for both the offenses and the staging points on the offensive lines right now, and also for the future. Right now, maybe you saw the picture, there was a malfunction in UMPK 250, and you had the serial numbers over there. You had 30, 08, and then 23, and then you had 74 and another number. If every month is a batch of 100, it's okay. It's not that bad for the FAB 250. But if it's a third number after the 74 something, that means that per month there are 700 kits. I'll let you guess what the fuck is going on with 700 kits of one type of bomb. Things are just going to go worse and worse and worse and worse. And even if these bombs are not entirely accurate, as I said, it's going to be a numbers game. You drop 400 for a smaller front, you're going to hit something. And it doesn't matter what people think. It's just a fucking numbers game. It's going to be a numbers game, and a numbers game for Ukraine right now with what's planned for them, as help was planned for them, as supplies was planned for them, as procurement is bleak. I'm not saying it's won for Russia. I'm not saying it's a done deal. I'm just saying we have a major problem when it comes to what's going to come for 2024 if nothing changes for Ukraine. And the only thing that can change, in my opinion, is advisors, Vietnam style, on Ukrainian side. And that's it. Thank you very much. I'm going to give you guys your requests, and then I hope you weren't too, how can I say this, too spooked by my words. So MSK and then Z. Go on, MSK. Okay, I think there's a small issue with MSK. Go on Z and then Snack, and then if MSK connects, I'm going to give him the right of way. Z?
Can you hear him? He's
Hello. Yes.
Yes, let's go, man.
So thank you for your space. We are learning a lot with you, right? My only question is that this like uncontrolled mentality of the US, is it a sign that it is actually getting weaker and it's not able to handle things politically, just not getting crazy with these acts? So it's not implicitly projecting power. Like it has to do crazy things to prove that it is the superpower it used to be.
After the Hamas situation, yes, I think whoever is, or maybe it's a visceral reaction due to the fact that there is a Jewish lobby within the U.S. government and U.S. administration. And once again, I don't want to be accused of anti-Semitism, but you just need to hear to what Netanyahu said when he started politics. There is a Jewish lobby, it's true. And unfortunately, you have Blinken, which is personally involved with this. But overall, what we're hearing and the way how the U.S. is protecting Israel from its responsibilities when it comes to what they say and do about Russia, it's undoubtedly obvious that the U.S. is losing face in this story, but is going to always put its quote unquote friends before whatever it pretends to uphold everywhere else. And where I am deeply unsure about where is this instability and security on the US side coming from is when you see how much time is being spent by the US to shore up Israel, both politically, militarily, economically, and how much time they're actually spending for Ukraine. Like Ukraine overnight became a second story. And this is, of course, a public facade. We don't know exactly what's true or what's not. I'm not trying to believe that suddenly they're going to drop Ukraine. Quite the contrary. Ukraine is a way juicier target. And at the end, who the fuck cares? It's just Slavs killing Slavs, quote unquote. But when it comes to the Israeli side, the biggest problem here is that if this story with Israel and the Palestinians in Gaza, but the Palestinians in general, doesn't end fast, it's going to poison a lot of forethought. And in that sense, in that light, you had the new Ukrainian Ministry of Defense head honcho calling in Pakistan, I think in great part because he wants to pulse what the fuck is going on, what's going to be the recoil after what's going on within Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank, and how the Pakistanis are looking at it. Because unfortunately, they are helping Ukraine directly with ammunition mostly, but also other items. And Ukraine is seen as part of that camp now. Especially because Ukraine tried to make it about itself, like, oh, please give us money because we are losing. Don't go for Israel. So this leeching on Ukrainian side is reflecting extremely poorly. So that's my point. To me, I'm not saying that suddenly the US is absolutely powerless. Quite the contrary. But as with most things, when you start losing grip and losing power, things happen very, very progressively until they happen. And so that's my view here. I'm not saying that we're going to see Biden roll over and America roll over tomorrow. Quite the contrary, because they can still leech off Europe. But yeah, I think to me it's a show of weakness and also of their duplicity when it comes to what they profess and what they actually do.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. You're welcome. Snick, your turn.
Yeah. So first thing I want to comment on is the like there are a lot of like ziggers who have some kind of mentality where they want to tap out by some kind of Deus Ex Machina, like infighting the Ukrainian lead or whatever. Like the whole story about the Zelensky's assistant getting blown up. That just reminded me of an earlier incident in Poland where actually like some Ukrainians like gave like a gift that actually had like a loaded grenade inside and blew up because the guy accidentally fired a grenade launcher inside the police station. This is just the way the society is. And there's another incident where they let some kid fire an RPG-26 and wounded like a dozen people.
Yeah, but there are many of such cases. I mean, in Russia as well, guys come back from it. They're playing with grenades. Ukraine, especially in Odessa, I don't know what's happening. The guy came back with his service weapon, got drunk, and started to spray the facade of his building. We got the colonel. Remember, I even posted it. He was with a 2.7 alcohol level, and he had shot two subordinates. We've had the infamous video when they were playing with a gun in the barracks and the guy shot his friend. We've had the other guy who, remember, was shot, was a military prosecutor, was killed by the Russians. Russians find out in one of his files that he was investigating a murder or accidental discharge leading to a homicide. And in order to close the case, they had sent him to the front. I mean, like, in these cases, that I think all those small steps show, in my opinion, of course, and you can disagree to that society is being so scarred by this war that a certain level of I'd say complete deviation, especially among the military, I'm going to call them castes right now, because we also had, best part was, I think, was the Kraken unit, who literally raided a police block post, and then the police station. They shot the police station just to prove that they were the big honchos in the place. I mean, there are so many stories on the Ukrainian side that we don't even need to discuss it. That's why I think that's why I said a lot of the population at some point is going to say it's enough. When is that breaking point come up? I don't know. I'm not going to start prophesizing on that, because the Ukrainians, in my opinion, have shown to be extremely zealous on that. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. The thing is, like, when I saw what grenade was, the DM51s, like, I can imagine exactly how this went, because the DM51, in case people don't know, is like, it's actually meant to be disassembled, because there's a fragmentation shell that if you don't want to use the fragmentation, you can just unscrew it and take it off, and then that shell can actually be used like a cup. So he is very obviously, he got these things for his birthday. He felt he wanted to do some kind of party trick where everybody would drink out grenades, so he decided to unscrew them. His kid, and gave one to his kid, and his kid, maybe his finger like hooked on the ring, and the shit went off. I mean, this is essentially, it's very obvious to see how this could have happened accidentally, and I would actually caution people to avoid like spinning the wheels and getting a conspiracy train, because this is the kind of society that Ukraine is right now. And that's.
I absolutely understand, and I agree with you. But what I meant in my to be honest, that's also a part of the society. So I cannot even disagree, because you're right. That's how they see it. It's a part also of a certain subculture. So yeah. Actually, when I think about it, it's completely true. However, what is a bit more complicated is donated grenades that should not be into a civilian party, that have probably disappeared from stocks and were probably shipped somewhere in Zaporozhye, in Bakhmut, are in fact in Kiev. So that's also something that I wanted to show, that despite everything that is being said, there is always the leeway to do things that Ukrainians and their supporters going to say it's not possible. If you want to add anything.
Yeah, the other thing I want to comment is on the U.S.'s position. I mean, from observing this from inside the U.S., is actually kind of, to me, it was actually kind of remarkable to see the tonal shift. Because we almost never saw this kind of tonal shift in the past, where now these like war crimes are being broadcast in broad daylight, and even people who were on the payroll, the pro-Israeli organizations or whatever, like Wolf Blitzer, like they cannot. They're just flabbergasted. They cannot justify it. And this, I mean, it's very interesting, the context of how this is also playing out in U.S. domestic politics, where for the first time you actually have it's actually a majority population, and the majority position of the population that actually want a ceasefire. What was interesting, of course, like, this is a totally cynical thing where the U.S. is calling for pauses in the fight, but not calling a ceasefire. I mean, but the thing is, this is how positions get eroded. I think it would be interesting to see if they can actually stick by this, or you'll see further erosion of the U.S.'s position to support Israel in the coming few months. Because again, I think the way that Israel is doing this with this full mobilization, I mean, I think I posted the article where they're expected to, like, the GDP this quarter is expected to decline by 11%.
Yeah.
And basically, they're facing an incredible labor shortfall, both of Israelis and of Palestinians who worked in Israel. They're actually talking about importing 100,000 Indians to fill the job slots, and that's nowhere near enough. But basically, like, this has to wrap up in a couple of months. It has to be some kind of decision, and we'll see how the U.S. positions this and tries to salvage the situation. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you very much for that. Well, Binis?
Snake, just...
Tell me.
Sorry. Yeah.
Can
you hear me? I wanted to ask, remember the time when everybody had a talk on the daily expenditure of the mortar shells and artillery shells, like 10,000 versus 40,000 on the Russian side. And well, basically, I wanted to find out if those numbers are in any way converted into the casualty rates for either side.
Sorry, I lost the voice on the end. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Twitter, but go on. Can you please repeat? I'm really sorry.
Sure. Remember the time when everybody was talking about 10,000 shells versus 40,000 shells of the artillery? And well, basically, I wanted to find out whether the daily expenditure of artillery shells is in any way converted into the casualty rate for either side.
Honestly, no. Honestly, that's the thing that I have this situation, but that's going to be another space because I want to be sure what I'm saying. Unless there is some stuff that I don't know or I don't see, the claims from both sides on artillery expenditure of all calibers should not go beyond 5 to 6,000 because I use Poterinet for the Russian losses. Why? Because what they do is literally obituaries and announcements, and they are extremely reliable. Unfortunately, it's for the Russian side. When you check month per month, I was expecting October to have a lot more losses because, as I told you, Avdiivka was an offensive offensive action. So normally you should have seen at least a 200 to 300 KI spike within that site. It's not there. The spike is 60 people. Of course, that might come later now, like in November, but we should have seen for at least the 2 last weeks, given it started the 10th, the last 14 days, we should have had a spike. And on the Russian side, it's not there. It's just not there. Now, is it because people are not announcing their losses? They're not knowing? Yes, sure. But 3 weeks after, it's very complicated to actually say if the correlation is 100% true. But to me, I think that both sides are still abusing the artillery. And this apparently is even more acute on the Ukrainian side because they asked, or at least they were given, a system that, as I already said, it's of shorter range, but also isn't always the most efficient. When you have a small group of people, 4, 5, 6 persons, who are more or less in a certain position, and you rain cassettes on them, so cluster ammunition, but those clusters never actually connect. They maybe hit someone and there is someone wounded or whatever, but they never connect. 1 or 2 rounds of good old either fused ammunition or impact ammunition would have done a lot more damage. And this is something I already posted a couple of times, where we got the guy with his motorbike. He was washed with cassettes 3 times, just rolled away. Was he unhurt? That's something else. But at least the death was not instantaneous. You couldn't see him dying there. Well, we are seeing something else. A recent ambush in Krinky against Russian forces, a mortar round very well placed, incapacitated the whole fucking crew. So that's why I'm saying that now artillery, more than ever, except for guided rounds, has become a lottery because both sides know more or less how to displace themselves. And even in Avdiivka, a lot of the damage was still caused by FPVs. And at ATGMs, in this case, javelins were locking on vehicles. And artillery itself did very little damage compared to what was expected. It did damage, by the way. I'm not saying it did little damage overall, but I was expecting the cassettes to play a better role in stopping the movement. Now, the other thing is, I already said, the Ukrainians don't have the tubes to fire that many ammunition and be bingo. Or at least I don't know how they replaced the Soviet tubes, because the Allied the NATO tubes, no problem. Maybe they have spare tubes ready to go, but it will still take them 2 weeks to replace tubes if they have to go to Poland or to Slovakia. So this is my situation now. I would like to agree to a lot of things that are being said at both sides, especially the Ukrainians. At some point, Euromaidan PR or Ukraine from one of the two posted that they're firing 9,000 rounds versus Russia's 7,000. I'm like, I would like to believe that, but I would like also break down if these are 9,000 rounds, but half of them is 155. For sure, that's not possible without being completely down with the barrels. Given what we know about the barrels, what we know about how many barrels were given. The problem, though, is that on the Russian side, I don't also see it. All these artillery barrage, these rolling barrages, even in Avdiivka, the preparation, most of it was helicopter strikes, UMPKs hitting up, and then MLRS lighting the place. And then we saw that a couple of artillery positions around Avdiivka were visited. There was the artillery position under the pass in Betanove, where there was a T-80 and the Ren DSL-3 STS. And other than that, yeah, okay, we are seeing a couple of artillery pieces destroyed around Opitne and a bit further beyond Novokalidove. But on both sides, artillery actually is being targeted a lot less. There is, in my opinion, except for Avdiivka, a serious intensity lowering on both sides. Not because I don't think they don't have the ammunition, but it's simply the activity, except for specific areas, is just dying down. And that's why you can understand why the Ukrainians suddenly started to post compilations of over 50 days of FPV strikes and all that stuff. And why they also started to show, oh, we hit this and that, but more than half of what was shown in those compilations were already shown along the time frame, the timeline. So is it a shortage in artillery? I don't think so. I really think that on both sides, the steps that are being taken are a lot more cautious, because on both sides the counter battery effect is just deadly. On one side, the CBRs, you're gonna get a HIMARS. On the other side, you're gonna have to also pick your poison. It's gonna be what? Lancet. It's gonna be Krasnopol. It's gonna be another of those FPV sheets that we're seeing, because now the Russians can also strike up to 15 kilometers, almost like the Ukrainians. So the artillery normally, to my opinion, especially with the FPVs now, the artillery should see a bit of cool down. If the artillery start picking up, it's going to be because one of the sides has decided to break the deadlock, as I said, by just putting the bodies on the line, the tanks on the line, and going to push up. And I think Avdiivka was also chosen because there aren't many positions from where they're going to fire onto the approaches, which was wrong, as usual. But still, when you think it properly, the Ukrainians are having a huge problem of stopping the Russians from pushing forward, even inching forward, and taking positions that are strategically important for them if they want to hold the city. And per se, if we want to believe what North Korea gave to Russia, it's still between 400,000 and 500,000 rounds. Yes, it's a lot more than what has been delivered the last couple of batches from the allies or NATO to Ukraine. But if you have to believe what people said that the Russians were using up until last January, it to me doesn't make sense. Not barrel-wise, but it doesn't make sense, because if those artillery guys are being so good today, because you can see a couple of shots are completely crazy, then I cannot imagine why there's a stalemate, even though I say that it's a stalemate of choice for at least one side. So yeah, that's my point. My point is that I don't believe. I think that both sides are limited to 5,000 to 6,000 rounds, all rounds altogether, and the application of artillery is extremely opportunistic. As I said, they're going to open the guns when they need to stop something. They're going to open the guns when they have found something that's within range. A lot of artillery strikes are actually scoring and also counter battery. And that's it. And also, if you see how far most of Ukraine's counter battery shots are, they're all within 10 to 11 kilometers. For the guns that are being hit, mostly 155 millimeter guns, that's crazy. They should be at least double that distance from the front line. They're not. And this is something that, in my opinion, has to do with, once again, the fact that the Ukrainians are trying to be cheap on the barrels, not far enough, and that causes them to actually just, lose that barrel. It's literally use it or lose it, and at the end you're going to lose it because you are leaving the other side the time to actually see where it comes from and pin you down with a bit more time, but still pin you down. That's what I think. And the fact that the losses are completely
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
proportional between both sides. I'd say even, they're completely proportional. And despite HIMARS, and that's the one chapter that I want to also say, the HIMARS consumption, at some point I thought it was going to be salutary for the Russians. But on that aspect, I think the Americans have no problem even going bingo for that because they are not scared of a HIMARS use within 3 to 5 years, and then they have their Air Force. So on that aspect, they have made in my opinion, they have made the decision to go for it and give to Ukraine whatever they're going to need to counterbalance Russian artillery. And the reality is not better NATO cannons to counterbalance the Russians. It's literally better, or at least a very good combo of ISR plus HIMARS. In a sense, it actually has been copied by the Russians with Zala and Lancet. The 421 flies, Lancet follows, and Lancet hits. Same for thing. ISR detects area of interest. Ukrainian or American drone flies by, detects, designates, HIMARS comes by. In many aspects, it's just the same. Different tools, but the approach is the exact same. And that approach is going to be changed only when that ISR aspect deadlock for the Russians is going to be broken. And in that aspect is more satellites from themselves or a outside help. And that outside help has already happened, apparently, with the Chinese and Wagner, but also Chinese and the Russians. But if there is a full spectrum cooperation, I don't think the Americans are going to be very happy about the results. But right now, the Russians are hitting different type of targets. So there you go. I'm gonna Z. It's your turn, and then I'm gonna add them on discussion.
Hello, just adding, building on the latest crazy acts of the US, especially in regard to Israel. So Russia conducted 20 months war where civilians killed are less than those who died in 3 weeks of war in Gaza. Now Putin seems to be reminding the world about international law and how to conduct a war that respects the law. So do you see Russia having more soft power in the world when everyone sees how the West supports genocide with no regrets in the West? And what kind of benefits could Russia get from such realization?
Well, the only benefit was if there was a further escalation when it comes to Gaza, and I think that further escalation is going to come with American shipment of bombs for the Israeli smart bomb program. But the problem is that whoever could, chime in and make life impossible from the West, I'm looking at the Arab oil exporting cartel and so on, they are all talk, no actions, because at the end, they're also part of this Western system as suppliers. Just the way Russia was, by the way. So this is, I'd say at the beginning, I was really thinking about, okay, there is going to be something there. The way it's going, there is going to be a mini embargo or whatever. But no, actually, both sides are very happy. I mean, Russia and Saudi Arabia, not to name them, are very happy about what is going on because it's bringing volatility to the oil market, better prices, and they are taking advantage of the situation. Russia even more because now America has a little political internal debate, but also is losing face. But other than that, I don't see it. I said I hope that the HIMARS delivery was going to be at least that part diverted to Israel. But the delivery so far has been like 200 rockets, and the Israelis themselves, they stopped using them. What they want, because that's how Israel conducts a war, they want hard-hitting aerial bombs because they don't give a fuck about what they destroy. I'm sorry for everybody who thinks that Israelis are choosing the targets properly. No, they don't. If they need to flatten the whole building, they're going to do it because for them, the other side is just trash. We are not speaking about a political rift here or some kind of nationalist logic. No. For the Israelis, especially after what happened the 8th of October, it's just they are just rubbish to be thrown to the sea. That's not what I think, but this is how the Israelis are thinking. And we had declarations of one cabinet minister saying like we're gonna use fucking nukes. I mean, had Putin said that, I know that the colloquialism here is a bit over the roof, but had Putin said that, we would have heard that for ages. And that was what Putin was mocked about, that his red line, his nuclear red line, was a joke. But here we accept that a Israeli minister says it openly. We accept that other Israelis openly say, we are going to fucking exterminate that thing. We're going to clean that up. Where is the condemnation? There was this the Israeli ambassador in Italy who said some things, and the guys on the fucking plateau were like, "Oh, you cannot say that." And I'm like, he always said it. It doesn't matter what you say after it. He said it in a public place, and instead of the TV cutting off the guy being thanked out of the fucking plateau and said, "This is not." No, the guy
And for
could stay
example, do
there.
you see this playing in favor of Russia in increasing its geopolitical power,
No,
soft
not
power?
really, because at the end of the day, most of the people who are going to understand the double-faced rhetoric of the West, they already know it. It's just that right now the West still has enough power, enough clout within a system it built itself for itself, that even if you want to break up with them, look at China. China could logically go for a breakup and start a alternative way to do it. They don't do it because they're still part of the system. I'm not saying that I'm agreeing with it. No, don't take me wrong. But they don't want this complete breakup, this face off with them. Russia chose it because its core interests were being threatened. But for the Chinese, this situation is quite contrary. The Chinese, right here, I think they should have been a lot more active in trying to find a peace, but at the same time, they don't want it because it still puts America in such a shit place. And the Americans, the only thing they're gonna get after this crisis in Gaza, I'm not speaking about Ukraine, is just they're gonna be seen as a bigger bully with a nicer costume. That's it. And
Yes.
the rhetoric that you hear from the Western liberals about it's a nightmare, it's a second Holocaust. Biden said it's 15 times the 9/11. Like, my man, like, you are in complete denial. That's not how people saw it. A lot of people were rightly or wrongly, depending how where you sit, horrified by what happened. But I give you one thing: if tomorrow or in 10 years, people from Mariupol do the same to quote unquote Russian occupiers, you are going to have no problem finding apologists all over Europe saying, oh, but they were occupying the land, they deserve to get booted. Actually, Budanov said the same. He said once they get Crimea, they're going to kick out all the pro-Russians or they're going to reform them. And who said anything about that? So the thing is, there is a clear us against them within the Western elites and the Western populations by extension. So it doesn't really matter. I don't think that Russia is going to benefit strategically for this, because whatever tenants you're seeing right now, they're already known by most of the people. What Russia is going to benefit from is that the Arabs are going to notch another so-called betrayal, both among them but also from the US. And the biggest winner here is Iran, unfortunately for a lot of people, because they've trained Hamas. Hamas has scored, whatever you think about the civilian casualties, has scored a tremendous PR victory. It's still going while being completely dwarfed by the Israeli military. And the other problem for Hamas right now is that the Palestinian Authority doesn't do anything. These people are not there. The Palestinians who are seeing this, it's a done deal. I mean, the PA right now is in such a shit place, and the only thing they can do is just pay lip service to Hamas. For everybody who thinks that Hamas is a terrorist organization, good for you guys. But with what's going on right now, they became a cult. They became a martyr cult. That was already the case before, but right now it's very simple. For any Palestinians, they're going to say, yeah, okay, there were excesses with civilian killings, but when you see what Israel does in return, it's kif kif. So for them, what Israel is doing right now is indeed killing any kind of Palestinian organization, Palestinian state, organized Palestinian state. But for the rest of it, it's not going to be a problem. Nobody on the east is going to be openly supportive of Israel, except maybe Azerbaijan, but those are fucks. But on the west, everybody knew that the guys were going to be at the top pro-Israel, because that's the main line, even though the populations are protesting and saying this is not this and not. But unfortunately, the Israeli-Palestinian case is not a pregnant or a strong point politically, so nobody's going to lose elections because of that. Maybe Rishi is going to lose them, but that's England and nobody cares. But otherwise, who? Do you think that Italians are going to stop importing shit from Israel, therefore getting them in the shit economically? No. Germans are not going to stop their high-tech startups over there. Americans are not going to stop their cheap development over there. I mean, like, on that aspect, unfortunately for Russia, the dividends are going to be long-term, and they're going to be when it happens, then they're going to have the Arabs on board, when they are ready to strike, and when the balance is so much altered that it wouldn't matter anymore what America would think about the region. That's how it is. What is very surprising that the Egyptians didn't seize the opportunity, maybe not to attack militarily, but to actually threaten, given how bad Israeli was mauled and how bad they still mauled. They're completely out of touch. When you saw the mistakes that the Israeli infantry and Tankor is doing is making so on the aspect that's also very surprising. So that was my point. Yes, Nick, it's up to you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna mention a few more things about that. I mean, it's like right now in the Middle East, like a lot of countries are actually really dependent on the United States, and we're in a mode where you're seeing some countries sort of branch out and try to basically escape the U.S. sphere, but it's just going to be a longer term process. It's going to be another generation of self strengthening for these. Basically, I mean, if you look at the example of Egypt, which you mentioned, well, the problem why they can't really threaten Israel is because they really just can't threaten Israel, because you look at their like their air force, they're not even allowed to have AMRAAMs. The U.S. like their strategy is to freeze Egypt's technological developments or technological base at a 1980 to 1985 tech level, and that makes their Air Force more or less useless. That makes, and they've also rug pulled the logistics of their Abrams line, like the co-production, the facilities that basically they more or less can't even produce parts for them anymore. It's just a bunch of shit. And right now you have Egypt potentially talking to Chinese by J-10Cs, right, to essentially get the quest for a modern missile, the quest for modern capabilities. These things will take another generation to develop. And one thing that has to be absolutely said, like Egypt is operating under duress. I would say that they have been very firm on not allowing the sort of deportation of the Gazan population, which, by the way, was not a given, because, I mean, the funny thing is, this is the thing, Morsi, the democratically elected leader, the Muslim Brotherhood leader of Egypt, he was the one, according to various sources, both on the Palestinian side and also Israeli side, they basically said that he was amenable to opening to doing this the Sinai development project, which would actually accommodate a whole bunch of Gazans to let them be deported there. But the thing is, this got completely axed when Sisi came in. He actually insisted, no, there would be no deportation, and also that Hamas must also purge some of the Muslim Brotherhood people that made it over there. So, I mean, this is just a complicated situation, but. I mean, it's like the Muslim world, the Arab world is just not in a sort of state to really threaten Israel. And the one country that really can, and she has a large, border with Israel, and one that actually is allowed to buy more advanced weapons, is Jordan. But of course, they're completely 100% on the U.S. side. This is. I mean, I think the strategic side, I think Russia does benefit in the long run. And I don't think that, while I do think there is a genocide going on in Gaza, I do not think that there's enough political or logistical will to actually sustain this for the entire, to basically complete the operation. Because, I mean, there's something that was very curious that came out a few days ago, that came out from the Biden administration. It's they more or less said they expect the air campaign to scale back, and that for the Israeli ground forces to actually do more targeted operations on the ground, which is basically a signal that we will supply you, but I mean the things we want you to do this more low key. And there is all this talk about pauses in the fighting. This is how it starts. This is how the erosion of political will starts. I don't think I've mentioned this to a whole lot of people, but when it first started dooming over the SMO was when they started talking about humanitarian pauses over Mariupol and Kiev and Kharkiv and to get civilians out. When they start talking about this shit, it is a sign that political will is fracturing, and this is something that is from inside the U.S. I mean, I never thought that it would actually be this, that you would actually have a majority position among the public that the ceasefire is what's needed right now. I have not seen that in any of the prior conflicts in Gaza or 2006 Lebanese war. It feels different this time, and I think there is a sort of sense that there is an old guard passing. If you look at the polls on who supports Israel the most, it's basically just boomers, people over 60. And after you go below that age bracket, the unconditional support drops dramatically. So I mean, I don't think it's as dire as the absolute worst case scenario. I mean, it's absolutely terrible, but I think that Israel will be ultimately frustrated by their inability to actually do what they really want to do. Then the other contravening variable is also the fact that their economy is in fucking free fall because they decided to to do the full mobilization, and they just blew like a 500,000 worker hole in their economy. And that's something that cannot be sustained indefinitely either. And Israel itself is something that I was very surprised to learn. Is Israel itself has very little manufacturing capability and actually relies on a lot of FDI. And that would also dry up if this continues to over another 4, 5, 6 months. I mean, they have a very limited window to actually do anything here. And I think we will see that bear out pretty soon.
Okay, so thank you both. Maybe the conclusion is that whatever alliance is already formed. So everyone knows the West who he is and the hypocrisy that goes with it. And if they were satisfied with it, they will be satisfied again with it, at least for the short term. And if there is benefit for Russia to benefit from this and increase its soft power, maybe it needs more strong allies or Arab or Muslim allies, and this will be more in the long term, not in the short term, as they don't have what's required right now.
Well, that's the part, and that's what Snake said that I think was completely agreeable, is that it's not there yet. There needs to be, for at least these people, a thorough alternative that they can break the deadlock. And for the Egyptians on the logistical and military side of it, it needs someone, as the Soviet Union used to be during the Cold War up until the Camp David agreements. Someone needs to come and cater to also the Egyptian both needs and interests. And in this case, it seems that it's going to have to be China, because there is nobody else. They tried with the French, they tried with the Russians. With the Russians, unfortunately, it didn't work because the Russians got sanctioned, so they couldn't receive their Sukhoi 35s that now are thought to be going to Iran. Let's see with that. So yeah, I completely agree with Snake on that. It's going to take a little bit more time. Those guys need to be patient, but the reality is pretty simple, is that once that thing is done, the firefighter Uncle Sam is going to have so many different fires to put down. And as I said, it's going to be both Middle East, Near East, Far East, Eastern Europe, and who knows, maybe its very own crisis at its doorstep with Mexico. Because that's the thing, when you start losing grip on your own, how can I say this, neighborhood. It's what happened to Russia, actually, once the Soviet Union went down. Most of its special cases started fooling around. Ukraine is just the last one of them. You had Georgia before, you had the Azerbaijan-Armenian situation, which is not related to Russia as it stands, but it still became a Russia thing. And then who knows? You got now Central Asia trying to benefit from the situation with Russia by trying to have deals with Europe. Of course, it's a bit of a madness, but there we go. And at the end of the day, Snake is completely right into that. It's going to be a long march towards that. Unfortunately, right now, the best thing Palestinians can hope, indeed, is that Israel is frustrated by the Americans themselves. And Americans say, okay, we're not doing this, you're not doing this, and that's it, period, point. Right now, that's the best option. Of course, without taking anything from Iran, if Iran managed to supply the Gazans in this maybe 10, 20, 25 years to come. But the situation for, I'd say, Israel right now, strategically, is the worst that it's ever been, because the reply post whatever happens here with Gaza is going to be even more militarization of the society. And that's how Israel gets actually weaker, not stronger, in my opinion. Anyway, Damon, that's it's your turn, man. Sorry to make you wait.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, no problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so my question's brief, and I don't know if we have a topic or it's kind of just free questions, but I asked in one of your other spaces, I suppose, about Russian artillery losses during the counteroffensive, because you know how people ballooned it up and acted like they're getting slaughtered, and they lost, hundreds and hundreds of pieces of artillery. And I kind of like to ask you, what was the real effect, and what we should be worried about, I guess, for their artillery, etc. MLRS and everything included. That's about
according to Oryx, the last 4 and something month only contributed 192. Those 192 losses include everything: damaged, hit, destroyed. Zaporozhye has over 50% of those, so that's out of the way right away. It is, as I said, in comparison to what was lost around that time, lower. The last, ironically enough, once again, there were slightly lower pieces lost than during the previous 6 months, and this is very, very, very weird. And the losses, most of the losses, literally in Zapo, are in the month of June. When you compare to all the months, month of June, you got like 27 counted losses. And this is very important to underscore, because Ukrainians, what they did, once they weren't advancing, they pulled out this situation about attrition. And I hope I have proven by the numbers that whatever attrition that we're talking about, there was surely not 20 pieces lost per day, or at least Oryx is missing 100% of them. But I don't believe so. The logic here is very simple, is that there were losses. Russian artillery performed pretty poorly compared to their tank force or their IAV force, because it was more targeted. But when you look at it proportionally with the Ukrainian side, they lost slightly less than Ukrainians comparatively. Once again, proportionally. So the proportion Russian-Ukrainian during the second period of the time was more or less 1 per 2.5, 2.6 artillery-wise, while it was 1 per almost 4 in the first step. It was 1.1 versus 3.7 something. So there was a better result all over the year, but it's not a good result compared, as I said, to the front line. It should have been way better, in my opinion. Some losses were stupid, like at some point the caravanning with D30s that was hit, 3 grads that were in the underpass. I mean, a lot of losses, in my opinion, could have been avoided, but overall, the Russian artillery suffers just the same numbers-wise, and that's unfortunately not positive for the smaller front. It's maybe a bit better when, as I said, when both sides are targeting their artilleries a lot more, because that means something very simple. That means that they're having more or less the same success proportionally. And that also shows how many pieces are really fielded by each side. In the case of Ukraine, if you calculate what was lost during the year, self-propelled and towed, then you cannot understand the copium coming from that side, that they are absolutely killing the Russian artillery. There has been no change, but the losses on the Ukrainian side are just gone up. So overall, as I used to say, the problem for Ukraine artillery-wise hasn't been solved. They're lacking tubes. They're getting their tubes killed in the same proportion as they're killing Russians. But don't forget, as I said, the biggest problem, if you cut it down, is that the Ukrainians, to kill artillery tubes on the Russian side, are using long-range missiles, which are unfortunately for the moment unopposable or very little opposable directly. But on the other side, they are getting killed by short-range artillery as much as, of course, long-range fires like the Lancet. So on that aspect, the solution for both sides is not there, and this is what I wanted to impress on everyone. And the other thing is the pledges. I spoke about this. When you see the pledges that have been to Ukraine on tube artillery and the rest and so on, except the resistance of the HIMARS, which, let's say, none was destroyed, their tube artillery is taking a bigger beating than Russia's tube artillery. Why? Because they have less numbers. If we have to be okay with the fact that they lost like 250 tubes, but they were given all over, or pledged all over about 700, oh my friend, you just lost 1/3 of your pledges. This is not what's happening with Russia, because we have internet sleuths saying that the Russian storage tubes are over 9,000, and they have replaced about 3,000, which is logical when you take into account tube barrel replacement. So, in fact, the Russians, on their own, I'd say, storage in 2 years almost, have used what Ukraine has spent in 10 months, proportionally. And that's a big issue, especially because you know that artillery on the Western side is not the strong point as it was on the Soviet side, on the Russian side. And this is your problem. You will have, for a lot of these countries, to produce a lot more, but who is producing? Okay, you have the Caesar, but the production lines in shit. They do maybe 40 a year. BA for the 777 is also in the shit. They have their tube barrel capacity already full for 90 a year, I think. On the other side, yes, there are some M198. There are, as I said, some storage FH77 in India. So for a time, you can always get some more of them. But the cost for new production when it comes to the Ukrainian side is going to be a problem. Now they have the archers. Let's see how long the archers take before getting shot at. Otherwise, they're going to end up like the Panzerhaubitze 2000, which are there. They're hitting some shots and they're just getting home. It's literally 5 to 10 fire mission, then they're moving. It's incredible. And they only send like 12. So they have become unicorns, and they have been used mostly with smart rounds now, both to reduce wear on the barrel, but also to be able to just fire and move. And if this is the future for the Ukrainian artillery, these kinds of unicorns firing ultra expensive rounds and hoping that it sticks, I don't think that's a good way to see it. I'm not speaking about tubes anymore now. I'm also speaking about ammunition. We already know the news. The Germans are going to pay 1.2 billion for 280,000 rounds, deliverable in 2 to 3 years. Like, what the fuck? This is the main.
Yeah.
This is the main issue I was saying. Like, the Russian losses are big on artillery, but proportionally, they're completely match what Ukraine is losing. So as I said, if Ukraine was placed 780 barrels all over the 20 months, it has lost 250 barrels within the last 10 and a half, 11 months. So they will have to find another 250 barrels. my biggest concern right now is that Ukraine has also no real answer to the Lancet. They are trying to find an answer to FPVs, all good, but to the Lancet is a huge problem. It's a wonderful problem because upgrading the Lancet, in my opinion, is gonna take a lot less time now that the AI targeting system is being refined. And I think once that thing is bomb-proof, we're going to see the Sputnik models coming by. And the Sputnik models, the greatest advantage, as I said, is saturation. You can pop 1, you can pop 4, you can pop 4 with 4 different vehicles, you have 16, and let that shit simply loiter. And even if half fail, that's still 8 that are going to hit your target. The biggest problem with the Lancet right now is there's no saturation. One team steers 1 or 2 per time. But if you have one team that launches 4 and just corrects the fall of 1, 2, or 3 each and every time, and the rest is autonomous, then you, for real, for the Ukrainians, it's going to be a fucking madness, because you're going to have to spend, especially for vehicles, and if that thing is traveling 20, 30 kilometers behind lines, it's going to be a nightmare. And it is going to be a very apt solution or counter move offensively to the HIMARS. And in my opinion, I think it's a lost game already for Ukraine to try and stop them. What the Ukraine should do right now is try and find a solution via aircraft, trying to track the Lancets by aircraft, and instead of trying to hit the launching crews, they should basically try to hunt them down when on their approach. Small planes, other drones, whatever you want. But apparently the solution for them is quite the contrary, is to literally have laser-guided FFRs, Hydras, with an overly expensive system by force, and just spend thousands of those small missiles to drop RC planes. This is, in my opinion, complete madness, but it's, in a sense, exactly what's the characteristic of the Western MIC. And this is my biggest problem right now, is that I thought that the Europeans and Americans were going to go for a cheaper way of making war, but the cheaper way of making war is still 10 times more expensive than whatever happens in China or in Russia or in Iran. And I have this feeling that, and as we saw with Gaza, that you're going to get upended in certain situations by cheaper opponents, because you're not making life easier to you. That's it. So, guys, anything else?
Hey, I just want to point out the on the Avenger thing. It just looks like a cash grab to me, honestly. Basically, that was the bulk of the last package that was sent. The 425 million total, but 300 of that was to fund these Avenger or whatever. What the hell? These 70mm rockets that get repurposed into anti-drone batteries. And it's a really half-assed system, because as far as I can tell, they use them in like these single-cell launchers mounted to like Humvees, 4 per launcher, and it's just like it's not a very efficient system, but it provides a very easy way for them to make a system with very high markup to sell to the government to give to Ukraine. I mean, this is part of the USAI money. In any case, I mean, it's like you've seen like actual anti-drone systems being marketed at the Zhuhai Air Show last year in China, and they were having systems that had like 48 missile cells of these like small missiles, micro missiles.
Yep.
Yeah, and they're giving this shit to Ukrainians and charging them, and then basically, it was basically a cash grab. That's all I can say.
But honestly, even if it is not a cash I'm going to tell you something else. I agree with you, but I'm going to tell you something else. I don't know if you guys saw, but Magyar, the Ukrainian drone unit commander, said that they had down since the beginning of the reception of new material, new equipment, about 300 Russian FPV drones over the Kherson area. That amounted to about 10 drones a day, 10 FPV drones, which it's more than believable. I completely believe that. But just tell yourself, given the expense and given what was announced as maximum production per year, which is currently it's about 10 to 12,000, and if they push it through, they could build up to 25,000 per year. Suddenly, you know that EV is stopping maybe half of the monthly strikes for a small portion like Kherson. Those launches are going to be either mobile, either visible. And so they're going to invite what? First, a lot of FPV saturation. Second, UMPKs. Third, in a worst case scenario for them, is Delia 305. So once again, what I'm very surprised is what the layer is here, what the logic is here, honestly. Is it a cash grab, as you say, which might be very, very possible? I'm not saying the contrary. Or is it something different? And it's just what they can give right now to, assuage whatever problem it is that Ukrainians are having, but without the afterthought of, okay, what happens if? Because my biggest concern is not that much rockets, it's the systems. How many are going to produce? How many are going to put you on Humvees? Let's say you build 30 of those. But 30 of those, given the reach of those missiles, are going to cover what? 1 per kilometer or 1 per 10 kilometers? Let's be happy. The front is about now 900 kilometers. So it's going to be 1 per... so 1/3 of the front might be covered by those 30 vehicles if it's 10 kilometers. So I don't really understand why half-assing this thing. And also the other problem, as I said, given the very short range, there are going to be prime targets for any other system. Krasnopol, Lmur, UMPKs, Lancets, all those things that don't give a fuck about the jamming actually around Kherson. So this is my biggest issue. A cash grab, okay, but what is scaring me is maybe it's not just a cash grab, but just the state of what the Americans can provide right now on the quote-unquote cheap. And at the same time, you see, sorry to say it, but you see the Iranians shooting down the Hermes 450 with a missile that looked like it has been literally recycled from 80s cooking devices. Like, what the fuck? But once again, my biggest issue here is the following, is that if this is the best I can offer to the Ukrainians, then maybe we have a bigger problem. And that bigger problem is that maybe in the current state, the Western military industrial complex has huge, I'd say, paradigmatic issues. They cannot do cheap. Actually, it's exactly what you say. It just said in a different way, but it's literally like they cannot do cheap. They just cannot do cheap. It's awful.
Well, I mean, there is a there's a certain logic to it. I mean, if you look at the kind of anti-drone systems that are actually being produced in China, I mean, they're actually like purpose-built systems. Like you have essentially a CWIDs with short-range missiles. You have 48 missile packs. You know, the single-cell 48 micro missiles. Like these are purpose-built systems. But on the U.S. side, when they provide these so-called anti-drone capabilities, what they do is they repurpose stuff. I mean, two systems in particular. They repurpose the M230 autocannon, which is like a very slow-firing autocannon. The stuff that's actually used on the Apache helicopter, and it's actually, if you actually look at the camera footage from Apache, it's not the most stable or accurate, firing platform. And really, for anti-drone work, you really need saturation, like an actual proper CWIS. But they don't. That's too much of a high-end capability, so they're not going to do that. So they just slap an M230 on top of a Humvee and just call it this new anti-drone system. The same thing with the what I just mentioned, the 70mm rockets. Those are Hydra rockets. They're actually a helicopter armament. They're being repurposed in this case to be a very short range, like 1 to 2 kilometer anti-drone interceptor. So it's like this is stuff that's half-assed repurposed, but they're just going to charge like full price for it. I mean, it's just what's available on hand, but they're still going to charge full price for it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that aspect, and maybe it's just me going a bit too negative on that. Anyway, that was my last word. Unfortunately, if you both sides want to add anything, now is the time. Otherwise, I would like to thank you very much for being, and I'll try to finally do my BTG space later this week, because I think there is a lot of things to be said onto that, given that the Russians are having issues finding any other unit that can be assembled and workable under the duress that they're having now when it comes to the long-range fires from the other side. And in a sense, I think they reverted to the BTG for Avdiivka because it was easier to equip as a unit instead of trying to articulate the whole brigade all over there. Oh, we have another guy, a bit late, but okay, let's add our friend. Yes, please. Yes, Matt, please. Okay. I don't think Matt...
Wait, hold on. Can you hear me?
Could I ask a question
Yes,
instead?
tell me.
Yo, Israel's gonna wipe out Hamas, baby. That's it. Let's wipe them out.
Good, man.
Let's wipe out Hamas.
Remember Masada, bro.
Huh?
It happened once. It will happen twice. It will happen a third time. That's the biggest problem. I'm from a nation that was tried to be wiped a couple of times by people that thought they were better than us. The Greeks, the Turks, still there. And I'm just going to tell you, my man, remember, your strategic depth is 15 kilometers by 20 kilometers. You are literally one intercontinental ballistic missile away from literally disappearing. And it will take Iran, it will take some crazy Pakistani, but there is no way forward for you if the West stops caring about what happened 80 years ago.
Listen, Israel
problem.
has nuclear weapons itself, though.
Yes, please, just do it.
The problem is, it's Israel has at least 100 nuclear weapons, so it's just mutual.
Yes, and what does it have to shoot them? Can you tell me?
They have nuclear submarines. They have the Dolphin submarines. They have missile systems. What are you talking about?
Yes, for sure. Let me explain you what I'm talking about. Open a map and see exactly how the fuck the Iron Dome is faring against saturation from cheap Tesco fucking pipe tubes with some black powder.
Every war the Arabs fought against the Jews, the Arabs lost. 1948,
yes,
1967, 1973.
Remember why they lost. Remember why they lost. Remember why they lost. They fought. The last war that they fought literally forced America to buy out Egypt because they thought Israel was going down. I would like you to read Nixon's memoirs after 73. At some point, Madam Nixon asks her husband, he just goes out of a telephonic conversation, and what does Nixon do as a signature move? He points the finger down as the Roman emperors and says, I don't see Israel winning in the long term. And the problem is that Nixon started a trajectory for America, which literally has America putting down over 400 million people to cater a death cult in a literal geographical fucking penal colony, which right now needs to steal water, ground, territory from all over the place to maintain less than 9 million people. It's literally madness. More madness is what's going on in Qatar, but that's something else. They have money to spend, it's not much a problem. But you have the world superpower right now catering to the needs of a country who would be literally saved by itself if it was dropped. Right now, America is creating and entertaining more and more troubles in an area that literally wants that entity that was given territory based on a funny book.
Okay, so the funny book predates Islam. Judaism came before Islam. King David's artifacts came before Islam.
Yes, and the funny part, when you analyze most of the monotheistic books, they take over around whatever scriptures they had around them, just remodel them to what they think they were. Just fucking read Gilgamesh.
Okay. Go to Italy, the Arch of Titus. I want everybody to go and look up the Arch of Titus in Italy. The Arch of Titus.
Yeah, eat a dick, dude.
Hold on. Listen to my point. The Arch of Titus. Go Google it. On the Arch of Titus has a menorah. This menorah predates to the Second Temple, the Jewish Second Temple. So we have proof. There's gold coins found from the time of King David, carbon dated. So we actually have evidence.
What are you talking about? Do you know why there's an Arch of Titus in Rome? Do you know why there's an Arch of Titus in Rome? Can you tell me?
Yes, I could tell you. This was their trophy, the Roman trophy, when they sacked the Jewish Second Temple.
Exactly. Why did that happen? Can you tell me why did that happen?
It proves the story of the Bible.
No. Why did that happen? I'm going to tell you why did that happen. Because the Jews thought they were over Caesar, and at some point, what was supposed to be America back then, the Roman Empire, actually it wasn't the empire yet, that's the funny part. They went down there, it was a republic, they literally massacred the shit out of the Jews, and they decided that it wasn't fun enough, that they were literally going to make that whole nation a fucking diaspora. And that's the funny part. No, let me finish. That's the funny part. That diaspora, for ages, had no fucking peace. Because they were also, that's the funny part, they were also so obnoxious about themselves, and they still are. That's my main point the Jews right now. I don't hate.
Where are you from?
I don't hate
Where are you
guys.
from, by
I
the way?
don't hate them. But I cannot stand people thinking they're better than me or than anybody
Where
else
are you
based on some
from?
fucking
Answer my
funny
question.
story. I'm gonna tell you
Where,
something. I've never met a Jew speaking more than five languages, and this makes me mad. Because the same
where are
time,
you from?
they call themselves chosen motherfucking people. You
Holy
know who's the
cow.
chosen people? I'm gonna
Who
tell
the
you.
fuck is
The
this
chosen
guy?
people is a country who was over 5,000 years old, whose
Yo, you
structure
sound
was
upset.
destroyed
You sound
multiple times, and are
oh
still
yeah.
right now coming back as the fucking global hegemon. Next
Bro,
to
where are
it,
you from? Where are you just tell me where you're from, just so I have an idea of who you are.
who I am, man. You come to my space without knowing
But
who
where are
I
you
am.
from? Where are you from? I don't know who you are. Where are you from? You
But
sound like an
what are
anti-Semite.
you? What the fuck are you doing to my space if you
Because
don't know where I'm from?
Oy
just answer my question.
vey, the anti-Semitism was in the Roman Empire. Oh no, goy.
Where are you from? Just tell me which
I'm
country you're
gonna
from.
ask you once again, what the fuck are you doing to my space while not knowing where I'm from?
You sound like you're African, like an African Muslim. Where are you from?
That's a great thing because first of all, I'm not African. Second, I'm not even Muslim.
Where are you from? Just so what are you? Because and where did you develop this hatred? Look, the Jews have created
Hatred,
medicine.
bro,
The
bro, bro,
Jews
bro, bro,
have
bro, bro,
created
bro, bro, bro. I'm
education.
gonna tell you something. I don't
It
hate you. I
sounds
don't
like
give a
you're
fuck. My whole point with Israel as it stands right now is it's the exact thing that happened to us in the Balkans. The exact thing. But the difference is that at some point we managed to find a way to live together, and it took
okay.
blood
No,
and
no,
it
no,
took war.
no. Here's the
The
difference.
problem with you, the problem
We're
with Israel is,
surrounded by
and that's the
6
fucking
enemy
thing.
countries. You're not surrounded by any enemies. You're not surrounded by Muslim countries. The Israel's surrounded on every border by Muslim
Are you
countries.
telling an
with one
Albanian that we're
exception.
not surrounded by enemy
Who,
countries?
who's
Are
your
you
enemy? Yeah, who's
fucking
your enemy?
insane? Are you
Who's your
fucking
enemy?
insane? This is the core point with
Who's
Jews.
your enemy?
You think that you know everything, that you're unique in the fucking world. Actually, you
We're
are. You
surrounded
are
by
because you are
6 Muslim
completely stupid.
countries.
At no
We're
point, at
surrounded
no
by
point,
6
at no
Muslim
point.
countries. Who are you surrounded by? Who's your
Oh,
enemy?
let's see. Guys who try to what? Ethnically cleanse us from Kosovo, Serbians. I'm sorry, guys. I know that I have a lot of people that don't agree with that, but it's just to fucking illustrate the
So
point.
if Kosovo launched
I'm gonna
rockets,
explain you.
Kosovo
Would you
launch
just shut the
rockets,
fuck up?
are you going to fight back? Are you going to fight back? Or are you going to let the rockets come to your house? What are you going to do? Hamas launched rockets. We're
Yes.
allowed to kill them now. If Kosovo
Exactly.
launched rockets,
Why the fuck would you do that? Why the fuck? Can you explain to me why it's what is going on for 44 years now? You were
if you don't
supposed to have.
retaliate,
You
if
were
you show
supposed to have a
weakness,
fucking
hold on, I'll
deal.
tell you. If you show
You were
weakness
supposed to
in the
have a
middle, hold on,
fucking
please
deal that
talk.
you keep
If
disrespecting. And you know what's the funny part? You keep disrespecting it because everybody lets you do. Because
if you
everybody
show
in question.
weakness in the Middle East, you get killed. You cannot show weakness in the Middle East. If
But
you
it's
just
not
let
weakness.
your
What you're
enemies
doing is
kill you,
predation.
you cannot show
Bro.
weakness.
Let me explain you. You're not showing weakness or whatever. What you're doing is literally a predatory scheme of occupying land, then annexing it, and then calling it yourself. And you're doing it based on some
He had
funny
the
book.
land
I'm going to
since the
tell you, it's
time
a
of
funny
King
book.
David. King
It's a funny
David
book.
predated Islam. King David predated
But it
Islam. Go
has
to
nothing to
Titus.
do, my man. I
Of
don't
course
care what
it
you're saying.
does.
Tomorrow, if I need to recover land that was mine, that was Albanian land, my own family's, that's
Look at
actually in
America.
Greece,
Look at
I'm not
America
gonna
with the
fucking
Native
start to
Americans.
shoot Greeks
America
and say,
with the
get the
Native
fuck out.
Americans. It's Native American land. It's the same argument. Give it back to the Native Americans.
I have no problem because I'm not American. I don't give a
So,
fuck.
so
Actually,
why
you
are
should
you?
be concerned by
So
that.
why are you not preaching America giving back to the Native Americans? Why are you only preaching Israel? You have a double standard.
It's not
Why
a
do you have a
double
double
standard.
standard?
It's not a double standard. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the difference is the following. You literally lobbied to get brought back to a place where most of the local Jews had nothing to do with Zionism. That's the funny thing. If you have to analyze what happened from the late 19th to the Balfour Declaration, Zionism was a completely European mindset trying to be implanted in amidst maybe the most nationalistic Arab area, which was under fucking Ottoman control first, and then under French and British mandate. What the fuck are you even talking
The
about?
fact is, you pick the one country. You could be upset at Kosovo. You could be upset at China killing Uyghur Muslims. Right now, there's a Holocaust in China with the Uyghur Muslims.
Oh
But
yeah, the funny thing is this: there is such an Holocaust in China with Uyghur Muslims that their population is literally
You're an
30%
anti-Semite. That's what you are, my friend.
over. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck
Uyghur
are you
Muslims?
talking about?
They're
You
being
know that
slaughtered.
Israel is the only country right now. Is the only country right now that is allowing expulsion of official owners based on the right of return of people who have never known what Israel is about.
Egypt doesn't even open their borders to them. No Muslim country wants them
Why
because
should they
they're
open their borders to people that were already living there?
Because they're refugees. No, they're not. The Jews were living there since the time of King David. So any bullshit you say doesn't matter. The Jews have the
yeah, that's the thing. See, this is the attitude. You should keep this attitude, man. Because at some point, I'm telling you, you're gonna get cooked. But it's gonna be what happened the 7th of October. It's gonna be so much longer and so much problematic for you. That what is gonna happen? You're gonna start crying to the next hegemon, China,
Hamas
whatever.
will be wiped out. Hamas will be wiped out after this war. This war is different. This war is not just a 6-day war or a 7-day war or a 2-week war. This war
the problem is not Hamas, my man. Your mentally ill mind cannot understand. The problem is not Hamas. After Hamas, you're gonna have someone else, and after someone else, then someone else.
It's Iran. And guess what?
What the fuck is Iran? You literally are advocating for ethnical cleansing. What the fuck is going on with your brain?
Weapons in this war. Guess what? Any enemies that Israel faces, again, unlike the Balkans, we're surrounded by Syria, Egypt, Jordan. We have Iraq very close. We have Iran very close. They're surrounded at almost every part by Muslim countries that want its destruction. The Balkans, it's not as a pressing issue. The Balkans, yeah, they have Kosovo as their enemy. Okay, they fight. They fight once in a while.
You are a complete retard right now. The Balkans has the Kosovo as the enemy. What the fuck are you even talking about, man? I mean,
when Kosovo destroys you, Israel will not give you weapons. Israel will not give you weapons. This is
exactly what the problem is with Israelis. And Americans supporting them. You are completely absurd. You are out of your fucking depth. And I hope that this one sets up the chain reaction that sees both of you humiliated. And I swear to God, I'll pay for a second. I'll pay for a second marble arch. I will pay me personally or my family when that happens. When I see you humiliated for what you're saying. And I'll see you cry.
Hold on. Israel gives humanitarian aid all over the world. Earthquakes, tsunamis.
Where?
Now they also give
Where? You are using the fucking textbook bullshit they used against Turkey. You know what's funny with Israel? You know what's funny? Israel is taking over 20 fucking billion euros in fucking help every year from America, from Europe, from all over the place. And the funny thing, you know why they're doing that? Because suddenly Israel invented itself as a fucking high-tech hub post-2000. But that high-tech hub happened because they literally started to import Russian, Ukrainian, and post-Soviet Jews. On top of that, you are, or maybe the Israelis, because I don't know if you're even Israeli, started to buy a lot of industrial out fucking fringes. The East German fucking alloy.
You have a lot of hatred. And
I have no fucking hatred. I know exactly what I'm talking about. The fucking thing is that I do not accept someone trying to talk me down based on a funny book.
Israel could defend the Balkans, but the Balkans don't want to be friends with Israel. So, okay. So who are they going to? They're going to alienate themselves from Israel that supplies weapons all over the world and be destroyed by Kosovo. Makes a lot of sense.
Supplying weapons all over the world. What the fuck are you talking about, man? I'm going to explain you something. You're supplying so much fucking weapons that your fucking conscripts needed to buy a Vito bulletproof vest with plates that couldn't even support 762. What the fuck are you even talking about?
Israeli technology. The Arrow 3 missile defense system right now that's protecting Europe from ballistic missiles is all Israeli technology. What are you talking about, sir?
Arrow 3. Are you insane? Are you fucking insane?
Arrow 3. Look at the Arrow 3, sir. Or ma'am, I don't know what you are. You sound like a ma'am to me.
Can you explain to me which country has actually the Arrow 3? Which
Yes,
country has?
the U.S. funded it. The U.S. funded it, and Israel technologized it, just like the
Once again,
F-35.
which country in Europe has an ABM missile
Israel
system
has
based on Arrow
modified
3?
the
Explain it to
F-35.
me.
Go
Explain
look
the
at
fucking to me.
Germany. Go look at Germany. Go type in Arrow 3 missile defense system Europe. You're going to see
Germany,
protected
are you
against.
fucking insane? The basic core system that
What do you?
protects
Oh
Germany
my
is the
God,
Patriot, it's the PAC, be that the GEM or the MSI missiles. What the fuck are you even talking about?
ma'am, look it up. I'll teach you. Look it up. Stop being so hatred. Just look it up. Calm down. You sound like you're about to
Hatred?
cry. Calm down.
My man. I'm gonna tell you two things. First of all, you're stupid.
That's all I can
You're
tell you.
absolutely stupid.
Okay,
I've never
okay.
seen
You sound like you're 2
a
years
person
old.
more stupid unless you
You have
informed that
hatred.
you.
You have hatred. You have hatred against the Jews. Look at your island. Worry about the Balkans. Worry about settling your own issue with Kosovo. Don't worry about us. We have our own issue. Well, go sit back in the Balkans and make peace with Kosovo. The same bullshit.
Imagine how less you know about the Balkans that you think that Kosovo is the problem in the Balkans.
Okay, Serbia, Kosovo, go make peace with them and then come to us. Make peace with them before you have an opinion about Israel-Palestine. That's what you should do. Focus on your own issue before you hate on the Jews. And that's it. You're an
I don't
anti-Semite.
hate on you. I'm literally pointing out that you know nothing about yourself and us. Shut the fuck up, man.
As a Jew, I think the Holocaust in China with the Uyghur Muslims should stop. I preach against it. Where's your condemnation? Why are you not as vocal about that? There's hundreds of thousands of Uyghur Muslims right now being killed in China, and nobody knows about it. And as someone that supports Israel, I'm telling you, I think there should be more attention to it. But again, you have idiots like you that are so focused on not allowing Israel to finish the job of killing Hamas, and that's it.
Bro, once again, Hamas is not the problem. You don't understand it, you will never understand it. Hamas is not the problem. You know what the problem is? The problem is that
there's no peace partner. You have Mahmoud Abbas. He doesn't want peace. Israel has nobody to negotiate with. Who's Israel going to negotiate with? Hamas?
Can I ask you something? Just a question. Let's go back to the basics. Let's go back to the basics.
Who's the peace partner? Oh, answer my question.
Let's go back.
I'll answer you. Hold on. Who's the peace partner Israel can negotiate with? Once you tell me that, I'll answer your question. Who can Israel negotiate with in good faith? Tell me.
That's very simple. Hamas.
Who? Tell me.
Hamas.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This guy has no credibility. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. You're telling us to negotiate with Hamas?
Yes, because that's what you did. That's what you did. Israel itself propped up Hamas to weaken.
This is fucking ridiculous.
No,
I mean, your logic is like
you're a
arguing
complete retard. You're an absolute retard. I've never seen this. But let me answer something else. How can the Palestinians negotiate with you when the first thing you are doing is stealing land, completely enclosing them so they cannot have a traversal road in between them? They don't have access to water. Most of their water is completely
Israel
pillaged.
agreed to a two-state solution, and Mahmoud Abbas and the Palestinians walked away. And you know this, okay?
No,
even if you're very
it never happened. It absolutely never happened. It never happened. You know what happened? You know what happened? Bibi, you know what happened? Your motherfucking Netanyahu that right now is responsible for this shit show.
He wasn't there during that time. This is before Netanyahu, dumbass. This is
asshole.
King David.
Netanyahu is in Israeli politics since '84. You motherfucking idiot!
Yeah,
and he fucking was the cause that Yitzhak Rabin got killed.
He had many times on Ben Gurion that the Palestinians, we wanted a two-state solution. We even gave them back Gaza. We said, hey, we'll give you back land, take Gaza. We gave him Gaza back in 2005. We said, take your own state. There's no restrictions.
Are you a fucking moron? You know what you did when you gave back Gaza? You literally built a wall over it, and there was no transit. The only way to transit between Gaza and the Palestinian Authority was the road controlled by Israelis. And I'm gonna tell you, I've been there on that fucking road as a tourist when the fucking border patrol stopped a normal Palestinian car with a woman and 2 children. They put it on the side. They made the woman fucking walk to see. Shut the fuck up, man. I'm gonna prove it very simple. You are a complete moron. You are an absolute moron. I can't even imagine that I'm speaking with you. But I'm gonna tell you something very simple. Just check how gradually you fucking ate up the land that you
You're all
supposedly gave to the
you're
Palestinians.
full of
Can
emotion.
you tell
You're
me
speaking out of
how much?
emotion. You're not factual. We gave you
I'm
back
completely
Gaza.
factual. I'm
Hold on.
explaining
And
to you. You are
suicide
taking
bombings.
over Palestinian
Hold
land
on.
that you agreed to give them
Okay,
back. You
can I talk? Let me
no.
respond to you. You're making these claims.
Because you
You're
don't
speaking like
respond
you're
to me. I'm
angry.
asking to you, why is that Israel is now taking over the whole Jordan River that is supposedly to be controlled by the West Bank Authority? Can you tell me where
So
is the
hold
West
on.
Bank? No.
Stop you have
Listen.
something-
Let
Let
me
me answer your
finish.
question. You got Fatah in the
Let me
West Bank.
finish. I'm gonna fucking
Hamas is in
I'm
Gaza,
gonna
and Fatah
close
is
your
in the West.
fucking mic right now if you don't let me finish.
Because
We're gonna do this. You
hold
answer
on,
me, I'm
you
answer
have to
you.
let me talk. Hold on, I'll let you talk, but you have to let me respond. Is that fair? And you
No.
have to let.
You are not responding. I'm asking you, why the fuck
I'll
is there
answer your. Hold
no?
on, I'll answer your questions, but you have to let me speak as well.
No.
If
But
you're
you're not answering my question. What you're saying is that you're pointing out to something else. I'm gonna rephrase my question, and you're gonna answer it.
You don't let me talk. If you let me talk, I'll answer your question.
I let
If I
you
could get
talk,
a
and the only thing you said so far is bullshit. So very simple.
hold on,
Right
hold on. So
now,
you'll let me talk.
why
I
is
answer your
it
question.
that
You'll let me talk. You'll let me hold on. I'll answer your question. Will you let me have a respond and ask you a question after, or is it only you're asking me questions? Because it has to be a fair dialogue.
No. Once again,
can ask you questions too.
I let you in, and you started with Israel is gonna finish Hamas in Gaza. I have no problem with that thing. I let you
Now,
speak.
what about
I
the
let you speak
suicide bombings
bullshit.
in
But right now, I'm
2005?
gonna
The
tell you
suicide
something else.
bombings.
You want a
The
real
suicide
discussion?
bombings. That's when
We
we
are
built
gonna
the
do it
wall.
simple.
We built the
I'm gonna
wall
cut your mic.
because of the
I'm gonna tell
suicide
you. I'm gonna cut
bombings.
your mic if you don't fucking sit down. You sit down, and I'm gonna let you speak.
Because
If you don't want
you
that,
don't
I'm
have a.
gonna cut you and kick you out. I don't give a fuck right now. You already proven to me to be an absolute
You're all
moron.
emotion. You're all emotion. You're not speaking facts. You're angry. You're an angry guy. I bet you're not even married. You're an angry guy. That's all you are.
Bro.
And Israel built a fence because of suicide bombings. So yeah, they had to build a wall. What do you expect them to do? The Palestinians were coming into Israel, blowing dominoes up, blowing pizza shops up. So he built a wall. What did Trump do on the southern border? He builds a wall for security. You're allowed to do that. Every country has a wall.
Based on
Okay,
what?
ask your question. Go
Based
ask
on
your
what?
question now. What's your question?
I can ask my question? Okay, very simple. Can
Yes,
you
go.
explain
That's
to
all.
me why? Can you explain to me why the Jordan River Valley is being completely taken, especially around the West Bank belt? Why the Palestinian Authority does not have any authority along the Jordan River Valley, which is technically, according to Israel itself, under the
So are you talking?
Palestinian Authority?
Hold on. Are you talking about the West Bank?
Bro,
Is that what you're talking about?
answer my
The West.
fucking question.
Hold on. Let me understand it because I have no idea what the fuck you're even asking. Nobody's taking control over anything. In terms of the West Bank, which is I think what you're asking, Fatah, which is another terrorist organization that also committed atrocities during October 7th, committed terrorist attacks against Israel in
You have
Jenin
30
and
seconds to
Hebron.
reply my question, or I'll kick you.
I just
I
answered
asked
you,
you a
fucking
question.
idiot.
It has nothing to do with
Nobody's
Fatah.
taking over.
It has
Israel
to
is
do with
not taking over the West Bank. Israel's not taking. Where are these facts from? Al Jazeera? Who's your news source? Israel doesn't want the
these
West Bank.
news sources from the
Who wants
UN.
the West Bank?
Can I point
No,
you out? Can I point you out
nobody
to these facts?
wants the
Can
US.
I point you out to these
Wants.
facts?
Nobody wants the West Bank. Our war is with Hamas. It's not with the
Nobody wants the
Palestinians.
West Bank. Do you know
The
what's in the
war is
fucking
with
West Bank, you
Hamas.
fucking moron?
Our war is with
Do you know
Hamas. It's
what's
not
on
with
the fucking
the
West Bank,
It's
you
not with the
moron?
Palestinians. Our war is not with the Palestinians. It's with Hamas that's embedded with the
Why are you
Palestinians.
taking over the water supply then?
We're not taking over anything. What are you talking about? In a war, though, we did. I think we did. We
Oh
did
my God,
bomb.
bro, I'm gonna tell you once again. You have 30 seconds to do
What
two
is the
things.
war?
Either just fucking grab a fucking whatever you have as browser and put in there Israeli taking over Jordan River Valley. You're
Sure,
gonna have
Israel is
there
not taking
at least,
any land.
you're gonna shut the
They're
fuck up
not
right
taking
now
land.
and you're gonna let me talk.
It's all
You're gonna
bullshit.
see that
You have hatred.
Israel
You have
is
hatred in your
literally
voice.
taking over the whole Jordan River Valley on the Palestinian side, and it's also doing a lot of trash for the Jordanians. They have installed dikes, they installed desalination processes that reject water partly on the Jordanian fucking bank. And the best part of it, they're not doing it for even the agriculture. They're doing it.
In China are being
Listen
slaughtered.
to me.
There's a Holocaust Uyghur Muslims in China. Why are you not emotional about that? You're
Because
emotional,
there's no,
and let's
there's
say
no Holocaust in China
Why
at
you-
all. Can you tell me?
Go
Can
look
you
up
tell me
Uyghur
what
Muslims in
is the
China,
census
boss.
of the Uyghurs in China? Can you explain me
killed.
why the fuck there are more
People
Uyghurs
being
now
killed
than
in
10 years
China.
ago?
Uyghur Muslims are being killed. Uyghur Muslims, as an Israel guy, as a pro-Israel guy, I'm telling you, as I defend my Muslim community, Uyghur Muslims in China right now there's a Holocaust. Why are you not emotional
Because
about that?
there's
Go
no
look it up.
Holocaust in China.
Okay, I recommend anybody to look up the Uyghur Muslim Holocaust right now, and I think there's if there are some Muslims in this chat, you should please come up and let this guy know about this, because this guy needs an education.
Bro, you are
There's a
a complete
Holocaust in
asshole
China.
right now. You're getting laughed about most of the guys in this chat. I'm just gonna tell you the following thing. There is less fucking people killed in the Uyghur motherfucking minority
There
in China
shouldn't be
than there
one
are
person.
killed Palestinians
There
for
should not
fucking
be one
years.
person killed.
Guys, can I
There
jump
should
in
not be
for
one
1
person.
second and just
You gotta
kind of
mute this guy. This guy's a fucking American Zionist retard. You have to mute him. I mean, what? It's no
yeah,
benefit to this chat besides just like laughing at him.
yeah.
At this
It's just a
In the
shit
first
show.
5 minutes, he claimed
Well,
anti-Semitism, dude. Come on, man.
You should hear other points. You should hear other
You
points.
goddamn
Matt,
Albanian
Matt,
anti-Semite!
Matt, can you give me 1 minute and let me explain the following thing? You're talking about genocide of Uyghurs in China. Let me ask you the following thing. Who sponsored the Mujahideen? And who were the Mujahideen? Right? They were radical Islamists in Afghanistan, correct? They were
Yes.
sponsored by the United States to fight the Soviet Union, correct?
Well, the Taliban was funded by Russia and funded by America. Correct.
What the fuck? They
The Taliban was funded by America to fight the Soviet Union.
exactly.
If that's
Cool.
what you're trying to
Cool.
say.
We got
The
that.
Taliban, are you fucking insane?
That's me flushing your opinions down the toilet.
Okay.
Oh god, this guy's dumb as dirt. I mean, seriously, you couldn't find a dumber
The Taliban
Zionist if you
funded
tried.
by America.
Wait,
The Taliban was funded by America.
let's do this slowly.
I mean, bro, the Taliban is a literal movement coming after the whole fucking Soviet shit. You piece of crap.
Exactly.
You absolute
Taliban means
retard.
students.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Taliban
The Taliban
means
was
students.
America
It's
to fight the
based,
Soviet Union.
dude,
100%.
dude. The United States funded all these guys, the Mujahideen, to fight the Soviet Union. We saw that. We know Osama bin Laden was being praised as
I
a
agree with
freedom
you.
fighter.
I
Okay.
agree.
The Taliban
I
are
agree.
basically, they branched out of the Mujahideen after the whole Soviet-Afghan conflict. Cool. So we got that. The United States funded those radical Islamists. Okay.
No, your
You can
buddy here
speak after Kremlin.
No. Wait.
Can someone
Matt,
make this faggot a little dog avatar, please? He really deserves one. He's an honorary NAFO faggot.
Matt, wait, guys.
Go make some money, bro. Go make some money. Get off this fucking Twitter space. Go make money, bro.
Don't worry about my money. Don't worry about my money, Shylock.
Guys,
my money's
give
good.
me 1 minute.
I have enough money to afford to listen to this shit, and then whatever.
Guys, please give me 1 minute. Please give me 1 minute, and I'm gonna do it. Okay, so we established that the United States funded the Mujahideen and therefore the Taliban. Okay, who created ISIS and who funded them? Let's look at who was ISIS fighting. They were trying to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. Correct. And
correct, but I don't think America funded ISIS.
Israel literally built field hospitals for ISIS. Literally built field hospitals for ISIS on the border.
Exactly.
I mean, why are we talking to the Zionist jerk off? Seriously, it's nothing of value. He's literally a moron.
The United States transferred weapons from Libya to ISIS after the whole debacle in Libya. Okay, there's a separatist movement going on in Pakistan, the Baluchistan. Who do you think is funding that? What I'm trying to get at is you understand that there is no quote-unquote genocide in Xinjiang. It's basically Muslim It's radical people that are Muslims that are being radicalized with the intent of destabilizing a country.
It's with the intent of blocking that railroad that goes right out of China that links the whole Belt and Road. It's purely a political project. It's total horseshit. I mean, how come you not like you? It's so bad they don't even have bad fake evidence for it. They don't even bother. They don't even, at least Israel comes up with these retarded Mossad schemes where they have like two Argentinian Jews faking an Arab accent trying to tell, about that hospital, the Hamas was holed up in. No, they don't even bother. I mean, they just give talking points to like every news network. They repeat it ad nauseum. They pay some guy from Kazakhstan that's never even been to China, to go on TV and talk about his relatives in China that are getting repressed. That there's no way he would even have relatives that he would speak to. Nobody in the Soviet Union was talking to anybody anywhere in China unless you were like an exchange student. So it's just a purely political project. But everything he brings up is literally just like Mossad NATO talking points. I mean, we get it. Like, Mossad stabilized everything goes back to Mossad. Every single movement to destabilize X, Y, and Z in the Middle East, it all literally goes back to Mossad. You draw the conspiracy pie chart however you want. It's all single. So all roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to Mossad.
Iran is a perfect example of that. Yeah. Like they overthrew what was his name? Mugabad. I can't remember. Then the Shah. It's basically the same shit over and over. And a lot of the stuff that happened in Iran, all the overthrowing, was at the behest of the Brits, because back then British Petroleum was actually a big corporation, right? That doesn't happen. And also, if you go to Google right now and type in U.S. Congress anti-Chinese propaganda, you will find Western sources saying that the United States government is paying various newspapers to write anti-Chinese articles. They passed a bill where it was like over $500 million. They're giving people money to print out like these insane anti-Chinese articles. Like, listen, if truth is on your side, why the fuck do you need to pay people to write articles, slander articles?
It's the NED. It's the CIA successor. The NED is the National Endowment for Democracy. It's the successor agency to the CIA. Nothing more, nothing less. And they basically, in Ukraine, every journalist, quote unquote, that was willing to push, neo-Nazi narratives, anti-Russian narratives, they bankrolled the fuck out of them. And they do that everywhere. I mean, anybody that Russia does this stupid guerrilla thing where they come in like the 800-pound gorilla in the room, like in the Czechoslovakia, and they just do it in a more honest way. The United States will just destabilize your country by spending massive amounts of money, which you can just afford, until the future to print. But I want to make one comment and then I'll shut up. He was talking about negotiate. Israel doesn't have anybody to negotiate with. Dude, nobody in Israel, nobody who, I'm not going to say like, I've lived in Israel. Nobody in Israel seriously even considers negotiating. Everybody understands that the long-term objective is to wait out the Arabs, slowly squeeze them out. Nobody's interested in a deal. I mean, they just realize they can't purge them without getting purged. It's just this theory of incrementalism. Like, eventually people are going to turn around and there's no more Palestinians there. It's a slow bleed. But no Israeli government. Look, Yitzhak Rabin tried to strike a deal, and he literally got assassinated by Mossad. I mean, they literally brought in the fucking Lee Harvey Oswald of Israel, some deranged nutcase, to kill fucking Yitzhak Rabin. I mean, that's how bad the situation in Israel is. The ultra Zionists are deeply embedded in Shin Bet, in Mossad, in all the intelligence agencies, in all parts of government. Israel has its own version of a deep state. The German-speaking Jews, or the German descendant Jews, a lot of them were very progressive. But once the Soviet Jews came in, you had this influence that, I mean, nobody wants to make a deal. The idea, there's no serious conversation to be had about Israel if you're talking about who is Israel going to make a deal with, how is there going to be a solution. The Israeli deep state objective is genocide. I mean, it's total ethnic cleansing. You hear what he says. Oh, they have so much land. Why do they need to be on that land? I have a fictional book from 3,000 years ago that gives me land claims. I mean, considering how many Jewish real estate attorneys there are, to make an argument, and they all do this, they make this argument, oh, it's in the Bible. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, in Hans Christian Andersen, you know, like, am I going to quote Hans Christian Andersen, you know, to prove a title case in court? I mean, it's just fucking comical. These people are so delusional. I really think I think the Jewish tribe, through selective breeding, all has, like, you know, some kind of super fucked up levels of autistic narcissism. They can't even see past their own fucking nose. I mean, seriously, like, it doesn't, I saw them in America when it came to Russia, Ukraine. Oh my God, those Russian killers, those Russian murderers, look at Russia again. Oh my God, hearing them justify 10,000 dead Palestinians, I mean, my God, they don't even blush. They don't even blush from embarrassment. I mean, you're dealing with
Well, again,
people.
we care about the civilians, but the
Oh, cut the
problem is
bullshit. Cut the bull. Listen, I
from
speak Hebrew.
civilian
I watch Israeli
populations,
news.
what do you
They want to
expect them to
purge them.
do?
They want to kill
When
them.
they
They're
fire from
animals.
civilian
They're dogs. The
populations,
Arabs are
what do you
dogs. You're
expect
the
them to
chosen
do?
people. Listen. No,
When they
no.
fire
You're
My
from
the
man, you
civilian
chosen
drop 8
people.
tons of
populations, what do
explosives
you expect them
onto
to do?
buildings,
You're
kill
the
Give me the
chosen
400,
answer.
600
What's
people.
the
people,
Israel
answer?
is an
What's the
animal. Everybody
answer?
else,
and
it's in the
miss
How
your
should
Talmud.
target,
Israel fight
and you're
back?
fucking
How
talking
should
about
Israel fight
civilians. What
back?
the fuck's wrong with
How
you?
should Israel fight back when they launch rockets from
Israel
civilian
should fight
populations?
back by getting
Give
the
me the
fuck out
answer.
of Israel and moving back to the countries
No,
they
that's not
came
a
from.
solution. That's not a
No,
solution.
it is a solution for the
Give me a
same reason. For the
practical
same
answer.
reason why
Give
everybody
me a
had to leave
practical
South
answer. You
Africa.
have no
For the
answer. You
same
have no
reason.
answer.
For the
That's
same
why.
reason the Boers and the Brits had to leave all the diaspora. You know how many South
This
Africans
is the
came back
only
to England?
land that the Jews have. This is the homeland. This is the
Oh,
only
dude, and
land.
that
That's
land,
the
these,
If I
Give me a
might
oh yeah, the
cut
solution
in,
of what
blue-eyed
Israel should
blonde-haired
do.
Jews, right?
How
there's
should
actually
Israel fight
The
back?
blue-eyed
Give me a
there's
blonde-haired
actually
Jews,
solution.
some
those Jews.
there's actually
Give
some
me
land in
a
Russia that Jews can
solution.
go to. There's an autonomous oblast
Yeah,
for the
they
Jews in
listen. They could
Russia.
go to Siberia. They
Hold
just
on.
want the
Give
best
me a
real estate.
solution.
Why don't
Hold
we
on,
give them Miami
Johnny.
Beach? No, sir, give them
Johnny,
Miami
give
Beach.
me a because you have no solution. That's why you're
I
overshouting
do.
me.
Miami
How
Beach. Listen,
how should
why
Israel
doesn't
fight
Miami Beach
back against
cede from the
Hamas?
United States?
No,
All
it's not an
the Jews are
answer.
already there.
Israel will
Hamas
launch
can
nuclear
whatever.
weapons before they give up the homeland. That's not an
You're a
answer.
Zionist
Give
genocide
a
apologist. Like,
reasonable
dude,
answer.
your
You
opinion is
have no
totally invalid.
answer.
Your
You
opinion
have
is
no
totally
answer.
invalid. It's
That's
really
the
a shame
problem.
your
Guys,
family survived the
let's
Holocaust.
let's cool it down because actually I have an answer, and the answer is what's going on, and I explained to you. You think that taking out Hamas is going to solve Israel's woes. The problem is that Israel's woes is exactly what you said. That you think that that land is yours, and whatever happens in there is all good because it's Jewish land. This
Can
is
I cut in with the West
just
Bank
not
about
just
earlier?
just a moment, and then I'm just finishing this, and
Okay,
then
guys,
I'm gonna
I
let
gotta
you.
get to work. So make your last point. I gotta get out of here. Okay, come on. I gotta make
Yeah,
money. Let's
the
go.
point is the following. The point is the following. You are going toward that solution, and you are not going to like what's going to happen, because right now you are in the game still because there's a big brother behind you. The moment that big brother falls, there's not going to be anyone holding whatever is around you back. And the first thing that those guys do, and I'm telling you, our region was exactly like that. The Balkans were like that. The moment the Ottomans got the fuck out, it became an even worse free-for-all than what you think you had in the Holy Land. I'm telling you,
Okay. Okay. All right,
whatever you
guys. On
think is
that
going
note,
on right
have a
now,
good day.
you
I
are
gotta
going to
go. I
regret it,
gotta make
and that's
money.
the solution.
Have
Have
a
a
good
nice
day,
day.
guys.
Bye.
Okay. Bye bye.
It's the only thing that motivates Jews to shut up. I swear to God. I say this as a Jew. Is his money. It's amazing. He has to go now.
Okay, Pete, your turn, man.
I'm sorry, but I mean, I read in the bubble chat. I mean, this is the best ending to any space ever, and I must kind of agree. But it's too bad that I had a very important question to this guy, but he unfortunately left. Because I mean, he has to go and earn money. Actually, I thought he was earning money while he was in here. It sounded like he was earning money while he was in here. But nevertheless, I had one simple question for him. I wanted him to name, all those terrible neighbors again, and then he would have said yes, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, and this and that, and then I would have asked him, the next question is then, if you see that, then who is the odd one out? Is it all those countries around you, or could it be yourself who is the odd one out? Or are they going to drive all the population from all the neighboring countries out of their country too, or what? I mean, it's ludicrous, this whole kind of thing. There was a post, the other day, in which basically, in which they stated, that Israel is 1/20th the size of New York State, and New York State is not a really big state, So imagine how many Israels they could have, in the United States. It would be even cheaper, to have it in the United States than to send all the money over there. I mean, they could have, all the brain, there would not be a brain drain, and they could have their own gated community where they're armed to the teeth, because I mean, you have those things, in the United States. So I mean, it's too bad, I couldn't ask him these kind of things, And I found it very, very interesting, that he cared, much about, the Muslims, all the way in China. But maybe he should start, caring about, the Muslims, in his home fucking country.
He was just agitating you guys. He was just agitating. He doesn't actually believe any of that.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually give a fuck.
But I mean, Johnny, you were doing a really good job, to be honest. I mean, I commend, I clap for your interaction.
I deal with these people every day. You have to every day.
Yeah.
They're one-trick ponies. They have no real logic. I mean, like I said, the fact that there's so many Jewish real estate attorneys out there. I mean, it's like literally 50% of attorneys in the United States are.
Yeah, and 3, you have to get one of those Apple watches or smart watches, and once your heart rate goes over a certain level, I mean, stop speaking, because I mean, spaces like this are probably not very healthy for you.
Actually, that's the thing. I'm bewildered because there's one thing I hate being told of. I'm going to tell you why. The area where I live in, Lyon, in France, is actually the Jewish neighborhood. And I have no problem with them. And I'm going to tell you something that is going to probably affect a lot of you. I don't care about Israel. Israel, as it stands right now, whatever they chose as their land, is strategically extremely in a precarious state. So my idea as an Albanian in our neighborhood, where usually we are not that well understood, but thank God Slavs between themselves have bigger beef than with us. The point was, at some moment, whoever was our leader 80 years ago and even before, they just understood the point. You have to share. Is it your land? Is it my land? Can I take it? Can I not take it? At some point, it needs to stop, because then you go into this road to perdition and complete utter destruction. And this is why, in a sense, what happens now in Kosovo, in my opinion, is, I hope, the last straw of all this complete dismantlement of whatever was the Balkans, the post-Ottoman Balkan area. And about Israel, honestly, when I'm saying this, it's not because I hate them. I don't give a fuck, to be honest. But the path they've chosen, this, as was said by Johnny, this incremental expulsion of the Arab neighbors, and when they cannot expose them, they just become Arab Israelis, because otherwise you're going to fucking throw you away, and you're going to lose all the whatever you call privileges, and your house, and your family. This is the funny part. Israel has chosen something that, except for Azerbaijan recently, they were the only one to, get away with it. And it pains me when people like that come by, because I had this feeling like I shouldn't let this guy talk. When I saw his fucking profile, I was like, oh my God, another fucking mistake. And I thought that at some point I could still, talk to him. But the talking points, they're like fucking gags from Hasbara. In case you guys don't know what Hasbara camera is is there are two informal organizations of Israelis or pro-Israeli people who would literally chime in and throw shit everywhere. When I was at Mil Photos, we had this guy whose name was Camera, and would literally steer all discussions around Israel being the nice guys. And this dude just the same, using talking points. And I said, like, who the fuck cares? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. That he thinks that I'm anti-Semitic or I'm not anti-Semitic, it will not change much. Because what's important, I've always said this, is what you really are, not what people say you are. At the end of the day, I'm not happy about what's going on in Gaza, not because, once again, people losing their lives, that's a given, but because the strategic outlook of people who are committing this on the Israeli side is so myopic that in my life, I cannot understand how grown-up fucking adults. Ukraine, Russia, that's something else. There is a bit of hubris in there on both sides, etc., etc. There is a strategic calculus being done way above Ukraine. And I could understand why this is going like this, cynically. But on the Israeli side, that idiot said something that actually is true. Israel, when the gates are going to close on them, they are not going to have anywhere to go. There is an atonement at some point that you need to take and think about, where are we going? Israel, the last 44 years, has never thought that. These guys are convinced to be untouchable. These guys are convinced to go to a point where nobody else is going to go, even the most powerful nations, and still get away with it. This is hubris. And this cannot even be touched by the US or Ukraine or China or Russia. I honestly, until now, I had no fucking, strong feelings about the situation, except just analyzing what's going on. But at some point, you have to give up these people. And that's why I actually made the bridge with the American administration of now. I cannot believe that these grown-up people are not looking at what's going to happen down the road. For the love of God, for the love of myself, I do not know what's going on in these people's mind, that they have chosen this path to perdition. And it's true that the Germans say, better a terrible ending than a non-ending terror. But for the Israelis to literally put their whole pot into such a gamble, I honestly, I don't know. I cannot find the words and the understanding, and I can also not understand how these people think. I honestly don't know. I can understand how Biden thinks about Ukraine because it's very cynical. I can think I can understand Putin, his vision. There is a bit of nostalgia there, but also other things. But how the Israelis think about the general regional approach and the tides changing, I honestly, I'm going to give it up. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Maybe they are literally hell bent on nuking everybody for the sake of being out of the game, or I don't know. So yeah, Pete, go on.
Yeah, no, I can only agree with what you say. I mean, it's a tragedy what's happening there. I just wanted to correct one little thing which was said earlier. About the Taliban. The Taliban wasn't really sponsored by the Americans. The Taliban was actually sponsored by the Saudis, who set up all these madrasas. We set up all the madrasas, in all the border towns of Pakistan, where all the Afghan refugees came, and they were kind of over 10 years, they were indoctrinated, into becoming the Taliban. So when they returned home, because actually the biggest export product, of Saudi Arabia, is not oil, but is Wahhabism, and that was guaranteed, by the Americans, somewhere in the 60s. After the short Israeli war, where the Saudis, became really, really angry, for the Americans, coming to the aid, and basically helping Israel win the war, because the Israelis always say, we won the war fair and square. Well, but they didn't. It was only with the help of the Americans that happened. So it's actually a very nice. You can see the whole explanation of what happened there in that region, and also what's happening in that region right now in a fantastic documentary called Bitter Lake. And you can see the whole thing, on YouTube by the very kind of famous, and very competent, British journalist called Adam Curtis. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. We got new guys. They're gone. Wally, come on, man. Hello, man.
Tro, can I talk?
Yeah, come on, man.
Tro, basically, that guy who was saying that something is going on with these Uyghurs. I live in Pakistan, and the community I live in, there are lots of Chinese Muslims living here. And I go to mosque almost every Friday, and you can judge by their and there are lots of Chinese Muslims also here who are my neighbors. And we Muslims, we learn namaz and other things from our childhood, from our parents, our grandparents. So when you see someone saying his prayers, you can understand that these guys know their tradition. They haven't lost that tradition. So maybe there is obviously all states, even in Pakistan, you see, we live in almost 100% surveillance. But you don't see that kind of like there was in Soviet Union, where people were not allowed to go to mosque or stuff like that. But these people, they pray like normal people. They do normal Muslim things that they do. This is what I saw. They are Uyghur Muslims. They work in a factory right next to where I live, my locality, where there is an industrial area, and there are approximately 100 Uyghur Muslims who live in this locality. And there is no issue. They even meet with us and obviously follow whatever Islamic teachings are. The problem here is Americans now want a new kind of jihad in Xinjiang, and Muslim societies, frankly, are not willing to do anything about this. So they are drumming up this stupid ideas that there is genocide happening. There is nothing like that is happening there. So this is my point.
Yeah, I understand you, Ali. And honestly, my point with what's going on with the Muslim minority in China, in my opinion, is something a bit different from what is being called I'm gonna say this a Holocaust or a genocide.
No.
I agree with you. What I think is just like the Chinese had to react to, I think, a deep wave of ethnocentrism in all those areas, and a lot of those were due to China was opening up until 2010, 2012. Those areas were a little bit less well endowed than the rest of the areas. The Chinese were opening up. A lot of Turkish people were on the spot. A lot of talk was about pan-Turanism. There was a slight increase of mosque attendance and mosque buildings in the area. When you analyze those, the Chinese themselves said that they let a lot of this happen because they thought it would allow them to have mega infrastructural projects going on, and they tried the carrot and the stick, and that was part of the carrot. So investment, jobs. Unfortunately, as I said, I see China as what it is and not what people make it. It's a much more complex state, a much more complex system, and at some
Yeah,
point,
yeah,
being a continent itself, over 1.3 billion people, a lot of your policies cannot be tailored to the T, and then a lot of things are gonna get on the wrong footing. And I can tell you why, because we in Albania, we're with less than 3 million, and there are huge regional issues along how it goes from the central state to the regions. I'm not going to compare those. I'm just saying that whatever situation is going on in the Xinjiang area, region, it cannot in any case be compared to
yeah,
genocide.
yeah. It
So
cannot be compared to what's going on in Gaza.
no, exactly. So when people come to me and say, "Oh, there's Uyghur genocide going on," until I see the Chinese flying G10Cs or G20s and dropping bombs straight on huge apartment blocks still inhabited by locals, then whatever he's calling genocide or not is
Yeah,
just going to be.
Bro, the other thing is the basically Uyghurs have political rights equal to any Chinese citizen. Basically, the problem starts here. Even if you look at Kashmir, the Kashmiris at least have some political rights within Indian Federation. They can vote, they can speak up, they can. These Palestinians, they absolutely have no right. They can get bombed. They have no recourse to anything. So my point was always like this, that we can never occupy. It's like South African apartheid. You remember the apartheid? The blacks had almost no right to anything, and this is similar to what is Gaza is almost similar. They block. It's an air sea blockade. Whatever goes in goes out. Israel has to know its water supply, its electricity is controlled by Israel. So it's by saying that we withdrew from it. You can say Russia has withdrawn from Black Sea, but Ukraine's all naval ports have been blockaded by Russia. I mean, for blocking a naval port or blocking a sea lane is an act of war.
Yes.
So Israel was already in a state of war with those Gazan people. If you can't have your coast, you can't trade. That's an act of war. This is what was basically happening. And the other thing is, how long can people live under this? I know, people in Algeria, people in as a Pakistani, my father used to tell me that in 1971, what we did in Bangladesh was an absolute shameful episode, and I see exactly the same thing happening. For 25 years, West Pakistanis never gave Bengalis their rights. Their language was discriminated against. They were discriminated because Bengalis were probably generally of smaller stature than West Pakistani. So uh, they tailored these laws that anybody who is below certain height cannot enter into the military. So you see, it was a kind of apartheid of a different kind. So when when in 1970 the Bengalis revolted, Pakistani military did exactly the same thing what Israel is doing. And in the end, what do you see? What happened? The hatred that created, and finally India intervened and threw Pakistan military out of it. And you know what? Hindu Indians were taken in as liberators of that of Bangladesh. They were proper. They were given as heroes. A lot of Indian generals of 1971 war are heroes in Bangladesh.
Yes.
So you see the hatred that Israel is creating. I know I am not a very religious person, but this is hitting very close to home. This is like I know a lot of people who in my office and they talk about it. The 5,000 kids dying somewhere in 3 weeks. This is not normal behavior of any state, and it will have long term consequences because maybe Muslim populations all over the world are quiet at the moment, but once they because and I today I was talking to my boss and he said to me that Palestine was previously a what you call a political question. Now it's kind of a moral question, and like Vietnam was in 1970s and South Africa was in late 70s and 80s.
80s.
It's similarly becoming a moral question, and considering the power dynamics around the world which are changing, Israel will not be able to get away with what it used to get away. Maybe they will get away with it at the time being, but in the long run, there will be consequences.
No,
And one of the consequences will be both Turkey, which I think any Muslim state who sees this as, since you see since 7th October, you see Bible quotes coming out. You see these secular states invoking Bible and law. So any Muslim state which lives around Israel, Turkey, Iran, will now look say mate, we need nuclear bombs. We need at least a parity with Israel, and which will come in the end. I think Israel will find in the long run there will be pressure in these countries, especially on Turkey, to finally acquire nuclear weapons.
Yeah, on that aspect, I agree. The thing is that Iran, for my part, given its proximity to Russia and given its help during the war in Ukraine with Ukraine, in my opinion, they have gotten to the point when they can go for a nuclear breakout tomorrow, and it's not going to be a big surprise. On the other side, when it comes to Turkey, of course, Turkey has a more complicated situation because they are part of NATO, and they already have nukes stored there by the U.S. Tactical, however. But what the Turks are doing right now, they are understanding something else, and this is one of the salient points that I spoke about last year. I'm going to speak about again, is that the Turks are seeing that whatever is said, NATO is still the white man's club, and it's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult to say because I don't consider myself non-white, quite the contrary, but Turkey right now is understanding and is getting to the point when it knows very well what's going on. It is in an alliance where everybody except them are caring for Israel, and for the Palestinians, well, in best case scenario, it's going to be collateral. Worst case scenario, it's going to be something else. And this once again makes it extremely complicated for me because I for a while thought that Turkey would have had to choose to pick a side for real, not only for words, not just Erdogan getting up there and pretending that things are funky fresh and they shouldn't do anything. But unfortunately for Erdogan, like for the Ukrainian affair, when at some point the Turks themselves were like, okay, maybe we should cool down everyone because that was costing Turkey both on its left side, so its NATO alliance, but also on its right side, because a huge part of the Turkish energetical bed was being part of this Russian gas network, and also some of the advantages that Putin and Erdogan had discussed over Syria. Now, my main problem when it comes to what Israel is doing right now, I already said it, I'm not going to repeat it, is that they are the best, right now, they are the best absolute propaganda and recruiting tool for Hamas, or whoever is going to replace Hamas. Because, first of all, they are not making any kind of effort to change anything into that. Second of all, they are doing their utmost to actually make it certain 2000% that whatever is going on with the Palestinians, they don't have any other option. As I told you, they have completely mummified the Palestinian Authority. And when the guy said Fatah another terrorist, I was like, yeah, sure. But Fatah has no more future with the Palestinians into this. Nobody's gonna dare looking the Palestinian people in the eye after what happened. That Hamas, okay, we can agree or not agree on the forms and on whatever they did, but the reality is that whatever happened there, and especially when it comes to the symbolic of the date, which was basically the anniversary, the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, we can only but agree that the crisis, the current crisis, is a last scream of a population, especially Gaza, that has no other options. What is asked from Gaza right now is like literally either they stay there and decay, either they pick another option, and that option was agreeing to whatever was going on with the Israelis, or they revolt, and that's what they did. Now, the problem with the situation, especially on the Israeli side, is that it doesn't matter what the Israelis think. They can think that they were wrong. They can think that they were pushed too far. They can think that this was an attempt at them, not only as statehood, but as a population. But it doesn't really change anything to what they're doing. They are cementing whatever is going to come after Hamas, if Hamas is defeated and uprooted. They are cementing a more violent expression, because this is not an attempt. This is not an attempt to solve the situation from Hamas. This was just to make the deadlock break. They knew perfectly they were not going to conquer Israel. They knew perfectly with this that they were not going to beat the Israeli army. And this is what I said. Israel had the perfect tempo to think about this intervention, to think about what they wanted to do, but instead of saying that and of doing that, they chose the worst aspect ever, and that aspect is retaliation, and that retaliation is causing worse problems strategically, but also politically for both sides. What you're going to have now on the Palestinian side, either is the PA is able to exploit this politically, which I don't think they would, because they couldn't exploit it until now. Either a more radical faction opening up and trying to make both sides of the Palestinian equation come together, and that's going to give only one solution when it comes to the Palestinian cause: more violence, more dead. And at some point, after slaying so many Palestinians, the Israelis will have to ask themselves, what's next? But this is what I said. I don't see Israeli asking themselves, and that on that Johnny said something very important. They're so self-deluded that there's no need for them to think twice. And the best thing for them is that the more violent the other side becomes, they can come with the arguments that you heard. Oh, it's all good. We don't need to discuss. These guys are awful. They are terrorists. They are trash. I told you. We're just gonna dump them to the sea. Okay, guys, it's gonna be the last straight line. Johnny, you may go back to your status as I don't even know what the hell why you got connected, and then we got also Goim. I hope I don't make a mistake with our friend here. Johnny, what the hell, bro?
I want to make a comment about the changing world order and what it means for Israel. Something that a lot of people don't seem to talk about, but this is really the crux of it all. This is why, quote unquote, the Jews are panicking. So, as we all know, the Jewish folks are incredibly influential in all NATO countries, right? Now, the shift that's happening is a shift towards Asia. And it's a place where there's virtually no embedded Jewish people to lobby for the interests of Zionists. The Chinese do not give a fuck about Israel. Indonesia doesn't care about Israel. The Koreans, even the South Koreans, I mean, they do not care about Israel. So Israel finds itself, and the Jews find themselves in this conundrum where basically the Chinese are completely impervious to jujitsu. I mean, there's nothing they can say or do. There's no guilt trip they can play. The Chinese had nothing to do with the Holocaust. They suffered worse than even, the Russians did. They suffered worse than anybody. So, I mean, there's just, Israel's just fucked because, like you said, it was always Big Brother USA backing them up. And now we're coming to a point where the Arab world, the United States produces more energy than the Arab world at this point. So that parasitic symbiotic relationship no longer works. China's the energy buyer. So, the Middle East is pivoting towards Asia. They see that's where the production is headed, and that's where they're pivoting to. So you have the whole Arab world. The United States spent all this money, and Mossad, the Mossad and the CIA, they spent all this money and time on Saudi Arabia, on Bahrain, on the UAE, but it literally overnight it got undone. I mean, that Chinese broke. I knew personally, we were in a new era completely. It didn't get reported much, but we all saw it. The Iran Saudi, rewarming, diplomatic relations reopened, et cetera, et cetera. That was, I've never seen. I deal with a lot of like ultra high net worth Jewish folks. And they speak to me as if I'm Jewish. I have never seen this much panic. Never in my life did I see this much. Just surreal. And that's really what they're scared about. They're scared about the fact that the entire world is pivoting to the global south and to China, and they have no influence in that world. And not only do they have no influence in that world, people see them for what they are. People see the narcissism for what it is, and they can't play that card. Basically, Jews love to play the "we're smarter than everybody" card. We're more developed than everybody card. We're an ancient cult. The Benjamin Disraeli. Well, when your people were, wild animals in the wilderness, my people can't play that with the Chinese because the Chinese have all that in spades times 100. The Chinese is like, if there were 1.4 billion Israelis, so they're a force to be reckoned with like nobody else. And that's why Israel is saying, like Jews in Israel are essentially panicking. The world order is shifting under their feet, and they haven't bothered really, besides the incredible amounts of Jewish capital in China, which is China doesn't give a flying F about. Besides that, they haven't done anything to lay any sort of groundwork of influence. They didn't care. They looked at them as they looked at them as the slaves that make the plastic products for their business. They looked at everybody in Asia as subhuman. They weren't worthy of making political alliances with. They weren't worthy of investing into. And now it's too late. Now they've already given it up. Like, and now the game's up. I mean, now it's too late. It's way too late for Israel to pivot successfully. There's absolutely nothing they can do. I mean, they had this advantage of high tech for a very long time, but the stuff that I see come out of China every single day. I'm in an engineering space, and the stuff that I see every single day come out of China, I mean, they're actually 10 years ahead of us. They're 10 years ahead of the United States. People don't realize that, but they are, for a million and one reasons. The stuff like the kind of deals that China can now do in the Middle East and other parts of the world. What can the United States even give them? China can give them maglev trains. China can give them every kind of technology that the United States can, and they give it to them a la carte. You don't have to. You don't have to become our vassal. You could just, buy anything you want from us a la carte. You can deal with us a la carte. What you like and don't like, you get to choose. So like, the Africans and the whole world right now, they're like pigs in shit. They couldn't be happier about China. Like all the articles about, China baiting and switching and repossessing ports. I mean, that's nonsense. Like, China knows it can't enforce. And, we saw what happened with the Suez, right? I mean, like, you can't enforce, like a land claim in a foreign country, even if they owe you money. It's just that, de jure is one thing, but de facto is another. So, I mean, it's basically the West has nothing anyone wants anymore besides, shitty overpriced designer goods that, they're made, the parts are made in China and assembled in Italy by Chinese anyway, so it's all a fugazi. I mean, you're seeing the throes of the Western Empire taking place right now. You're seeing the throes of, that's what they don't realize. This war was the best thing that ever could have happened to China. England's whole, England, the British Empire never ended. They just they transitioned to this offshore financial network, where it's, without exaggerating, trillions of dollars flow in there, annually. I don't know. It's the amounts of money are staggering. And now, and that was all driven by people taking money out of the global south and out of, the former Soviet countries and putting them in these safe havens, that were governed by laws of, the city of London, but not really, only governed when, they saw fit anyway. But, now all that money is repatriated. Now, the Russians have had to bring all their money back. Everybody else is bringing their money back. So, the Western Empire is completely crumbling. The United States extended England's runway a bit more with, British capital financing American railroads and everything else at the turn of the 19th century. But, I mean, that's it. That sun is setting. I mean, we see now that natural resources actually are important. They're not as much of a commodity, a non-strategic commodity as they were perceived to be. And, the well's dry, in the West. I mean, the United States is much better off than Europe. The United States has massive economic potential still, with Canada and South America being where they are. But, I mean, as far as Western Europe goes, they're totally fucked. And as far as Israel goes, any technological advantage that they had to keep the Arabs at bay, I mean, we've seen with the FPV drones. Now, I mean, it's done and over with. Like, they haven't even, imagine when Hamas actually gets their hands on all that FPV stuff. It's over for them. It's completely 100. They don't even have a chance in hell. Like, not even a chance in hell. Once Hamas gets the FPV stuff, it's done. How are they going to stop that? They would need to build a microwave generator of proportions that, I mean, it would be a multi-year project. That's the whole thing. Anything they could do to, even with Israel's technology, anything they can do to counter, like an FPV swarm, it would take a very long time to deploy successfully. Microwaves and jammers built on a scale to actually stop something, it takes time. And all those components for microwaves are in China and rare earths anyway now too. So you're seeing, like they say in the old country, you're seeing like chort na skavorotke. You're seeing the devil on a frying pan. This is the final throes, man. I mean, I hope they don't bring the whole world down with them, because I really believe, they wouldn't blink to do that. I really believe they would not, as much as World War III would negatively impact Jewish capital. I think there's enough big time narcissists in Israel and enough backers. Like, I have not seen one influential Jewish person I personally know give Israel anything but unconditional support. It's almost as if they don't realize that, their multi-million-dollar stock portfolios are going to be, next to worthless in the event of World War III. They think they're going to buy like puts on civilization. I don't know. So it's that's what scares. Honestly, Russia, Ukraine never scared me. I never thought that would spiral, but this is what's going to spiral. I'll make that prediction. This is what's going to spiral, and it's just unfortunate because I'm finally doing well now, right when World War III is coming around. So that's how the world goes, I guess.
Yeah, okay, guys. Well, it was a bumpy ride, especially the end. And I thank you very much for being around. I wasn't expecting this one. And I have a last call to end the day. Thank you very much, and see you guys the next time. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, King of Albania.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you, Trista.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com.